All right. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. So today I was going to get into some findings that actually both Sister Miranda and Sister Marissa had found. Hopefully Marissa will be joining us here, but if not, it's all good. But wanted to start by, just going over the calendar again, talking and discussing about the divider day a little bit. And then, it's going to be pretty action-packed today, hopefully. a lot of things to talk about and go over. All right, so we'll start with the prayer before we begin. And Father Abba Yahuwah, we come to you in prayer to thank you for allowing us to gather on the Shabbat day. We thank you for all the blessings and guidance that you provide us. We just ask for you to be here to help to guide us as we read and study through your word and search for your truths. And I wanted to pray for all those who are sick and struggling through trials or tribulations, no matter what it is. Please help us. Give us the strength we need to endure. And I pray to you in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Amen. All right. So first, let me get my screen situated here. So where is it at? Here it is. All right, so I wanted to just get into a bit more through scriptures, about the divider day that's going to happen each year, the 0 day, the day out of time, whichever term one would like to use. So we're going to start right here in Genesis. It's Genesis 1-2. So in the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Ruach of Elohim was moving on the face of the waters. So this darkness, or this void, this measuring of time before time started, is going to be right here in Genesis 1-2. So starting in verse 3, so and Elohim said, "Let light come to be," and the light came to be. And Elohim saw the light that it was good. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there came to be evening, and then there came to be morning, which is day 1. So right when the light was made, when he said, let light come to be, it was full light. So this is how we know when our day is going to start. And then we get to the evening, the Erev, and then we get to the night, and then we get to the morning, Boker, which these are the blendings of the light. And this is going to all consist of day 1. And then the same thing's going to factor in as we go throughout the week. So here's the weekly setup, or model, sorry. Let me zoom it in a bit. So as we can see, we get evening, and then morning, and then we get the day. Same thing, the blendings, and then the darkness, the blending, the day. And that's going to go on throughout the week. But at the head of each year, which is, we're going to see here in Enoch 74, verse 11. So there's the excess of the sun and the stars, which is going to amount to 6 days and 5 years. So 6 divided by 5, we get 1.2. And a solar year is 365.25 days. every year. Now, this is the time that it takes for the sun to complete its circuit. So this overlap was created of this excess of the sun and stars is to compensate for this unknown amount of time of darkness before the light began day one of creation week. And one day is used yearly to restart the creation week at the beginning of each year. And then every fourth year, it's going to have this extra 0.25. It's going to add up to another day. So we can also see this in Enoch. So in chapter 72, verses 4 through 6. So it's, and first there goes forth the great light named the sun, and its circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and he's quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives. So highlighted in blue, it's going to be showing this portal that's not going to be numbered in these numberings. So and then the sun goes down from the Shamayim and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to that portal and shines in the face of the Shamayim. So he shines in the face of heaven when he's coming to this portal right here, this uncounted one. And then in this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth. So what this is describing here, so it's showing the sun is going to enter the portal of the heavens, this unnamed one, and shines in the face of heaven. And then in that same way, he's going to rise in the great portal, the fourth portal. So two portals, one in heaven, which is going to make the yearly divider day, the equal day and equal night. Now there's going to be the great fourth portal, which is going to be day 4 of the week, when the luminaries were created and assigned to keep track of the months. And so this is just going to be an example of March 16th, which is going to be the equinox that happens in Israel. So Israel is somewhere over here in this red. Again, this is not to scale, this is just to demonstrate. But anywhere in this red circle as well, they're going to experience the equinox on the same day, on March 16th. So this is that marker in the heavens that's going to show us this day 0, this divider day, which is going to mark, when Enoch is telling us here in 72:32. So on that day, the night becomes shorter and amounts to 9 parts, and the day amounts to 9 parts, and the night becomes equal with the day, and the year amounts to exactly 364 days. So what he's saying is this equal day and equal night, this is marking when, the 364 days is coming to an end. It's going to be marking this 0 day, this divider day, and then day 1 is going to be on the other side of it. So these are going to be all basically what's going to reset the weekly cycle each year are these things. It's because we are taking what happened here in Genesis into account at the head of each year. So creation week. And it's going to be this voidness that existed before the light marked day 1, like the start of day 1. Let me screen share the other verses that we got here. Let's see. Okay, so again, we have Genesis 1 through 5, which is going to be this darkness before day 1 started, like the light marked the starting of day 1. And then we're going to see, here Genesis, 5:23 through 24. It's Enoch living or walking the earth for 365 years. And the divider days would technically be day 365, which is just interesting. And so another interesting thing here is in Jubilees. So Jubilees, we'll start here in verse 9, because Jubilees 2:9 is going to tell us, and Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, for Sabbaths, for months, for festivals, for years, for Sabbaths of years, and for Jubilees, and for all seasons of the years. So Jubilees 2, verse 9 is telling us the sun is for all these things. And then in the same chapter of Jubilees, chapter 2, verses 20 through 21, we're going to see here there's going to be a sign in accordance which they should guard the Sabbath. So actually here in verse 21 is what I'm talking about. So so he created therein a sign in accordance with which they should guard the Sabbath. So verse 9 tells us what sign is it? It's going to be the sun. So he could guard the Sabbath with us on the seventh day, to eat and to drink, to Baruch him, who has created all matters, as he has Baruch and Kodesh unto himself a treasured possession, and a people above all peoples, that they should guard the Sabbath together with us. So there's a sign showing, that's marking when this is going to happen, when we should keep our Sabbath day, and so we can keep it together with them in the heavens. And of course we got we have Job here, which is giving allusions to the divider day. It's not saying, this is the divider day, but it's rather alluding to it, showing that, this is definitely can be a thing. And that's another thing too, as well, is, there's a lot of things that will allude or show this divider day, or the equinox, the equilux. There's many verses that will allude to both of them. What it doesn't allude to is adding 7 days to the whole, to a year, to keep aligned with these heavenly markers, which is just really interesting. And then, of course, we have Psalm 19, verses 1 through 9. So it's about the sun, moon, and stars speaking. They don't have a voice, but they're showing us the yearly markers. And of course, we have Ezekiel 43, 1 through 5. The esteem of YAHUAH, verse 4. The esteem of YAHUAH came into the house by way of the gate facing east. Again, this is, that equinox that happens when the sun's going to shine directly through those two pillars and light up the Holy of Holies, marking day 4. And of course, Enoch 72, 4 through 6, which is what we just read previously. And we have 4Q320. We also have 4Q324D as well, showing day 4 is starting the months. This is what's going to start the monthly count, day 4. And again, more verses in Exodus showing, towards the sunrise, the east side towards the sunrise. We have more allusions to, the straight line method here in James chapter 1, verse 16 through 17. But do not go astray, my beloved brothers. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom there is no change or shifting shadow. So it's showing, it's basically alluding to the straight line marker, marking day 4. Again, Enoch 72:32, the equal day and equal night. We have Enoch 74:11 through 12, which is showing, the excess of the sun and stars. And then again here in verse 12, the sun and the stars are bringing in all the years exactly. And we went over the reasons before as to why it's the sun and stars here, because there are some translations that will put moon here. And just to go over it really quickly again, the reason it will not and cannot be moon here is because all the verses all around in chapter 74 are talking about how the moon's going to be off every single year. Then, not to mention, right here where it says, so that they do not advance or delay their position, talking about the sun and stars, there's still that plural they there when it's only the singular moon that they insert here. So it's just another clue, Why is there a plural word for a singular moon? Well, it's because they added moon into there. It actually should say the sun and the stars. And then, we got the 4th command, keep the Sabbath day. The 4th day of creation was when time was set in motion. The sun, moon, and stars were created. 4th gate, Gadol Dalet in the Hebrew, or the 4th letter of the alphabet. It equals the door, the passageway. The 4th menorah branch, the longest straight branch. And 3 days later, the 7th branch, which is Shabbat. And then again here we have, excuse me. So 2 Chronicles talking about, again, day 4 being tracked on the temple. So the 1st year of his reign, in the 1st month, he opened the doors of the house of YAHUAH. And then they began to set apart the 1st day of the 1st month, which goes along, again with Jubilees chapter 6, showing Noah had set apart the 1st days of these 4 months as a festival, a day of remembrance. And then again here in 1 Samuel 20 verse 5, so David said to Jehonathan, see, tomorrow is the head of the month, and I ought to sit with the sovereign to eat, but let me go, and I shall hide in the field till the 3rd day at evening. Which another interesting thing about this verse specifically here is this, like we showed earlier, 3 days after day 4 is going to be the Sabbath day, which I think I put it in here, but to go along with those verses, yeah, here it is. So verse 5 is talking about, what we just read. And then we go to the next chapter, 21, verse 6. So this is when he's returning on this 3rd day, or this 3rd evening. And so First Samuel 21:6. So the priest gave him consecrated bread, or the showbread, since there was no bread there, but the bread of the presence, which had been removed from before YAHUAH, and replaced with hot bread on the day it was taken away. And this is going to go along with 1 Chronicles 9:32. Some of their Kohanite relatives were responsible They were responsible for preparing the rows of the showbread every Sabbath. So 1 Samuel 25, 21:6, and then 1 Chronicles 9:32. This is showing the showbread that the priest gave him right here when he returned was on this day of the Sabbath. It was a Sabbath day. It was Sabbath bread, because they were responsible for repairing and replacing the showbread on the Sabbath. So they were if we read the whole chapters between, Samuel 20 and then 21, you'll see, they had just taken off the cold bread and replaced it with the warm bread because it was Sabbath day. So just showing, this first day here. So tomorrow's the head of the month. I ought to sit with the sovereign and eat. Why? Because it was a day of remembrance, Did somebody have
Jeremy?
a question? Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy. Make sure everybody is aware that after unleavened bread, and you eat unleavened bread, that you have to wait 5 days before you eat any bread so that you can wave the first fruits, the wave offering, and on the 26th, then you're able to eat bread. So it's 5 days that you have to wait to eat any bread.
Yeah. And that's why the wave is going to be there on
the 26th.
It's going to be on the 26th. Yeah.
Yep.
So yes.
After unleavened bread, they can just eat bread, and that's not what it says.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, they can't do that until they wave it before him. They're not to eat of any grain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was just showing. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. No, I'm just saying, just so everybody. A lot of people.
Yeah. No, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. I was just kind of showing that to show, they were changing the showbread on the Sabbath day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of showing, this fourth day on the head of the month, which is going to be one of the 4 seasonal intercalated days that Enoch is speaking about, and Jubilees.
So this is what kind of proves the covenant calendar cult incorrect.
Yeah, exactly.
Because what are they trying to say?
Well, I don't even know what they're trying to say. They use so much.
But they're using these verses to prove out their particular calendar, but they're in error because they don't know what a Rosh Chodesh is.
Yeah, exactly.
So what they're doing is their own shame and folly because they're not understanding the terms. Oh, are you still there? Sorry.
Yeah.
My phone's overheating. So yeah, they're not understanding the terms, therefore they're messing everything up, right? But you're showing right here, you're proving out pretty much the Zadok calendar using what they claim, which is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. You're not able to unmute, sister? Hold on.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
No, for some reason it had you as not allowed to speak. I don't know why I didn't do that.
Oh, me?
No, me.
No, Jennifer.
Something I was wanting to mention when talking about the divider day. Just real quick. So day 1, when he spoke light, and it was so, that's definitely going to be his esteem that's going to light throughout eternity when sun and moon are no longer existing.
Yeah. I agree. Because there's not going to be a need for the sun and the moon and the stars.
Yeah, can you imagine just his esteem of the Father and Son? Wow, beautiful.
Truly amazing.
Yeah, is there any more comments or questions from anybody? Kind of thoughts that popped into your head so far? Any other additions?
Yeah, I was a little confused on what Lee was saying about not eating bread until 5 more days after unleavened bread. Did I hear that correctly? Sorry.
I was kind of confused with that one too. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, so could somebody explain that just a little better?
it's because of the wave sheaf offering. So let me find the calendar. No, I'll show you on screen. Let's see.
I'm getting it, Mr. Book. Hold on. What?
Okay.
Just give me a second. Hold on. I'm getting all these. Oh, I'm glad I started it when I started it because this is taking forever. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I was on.
No worries. So, if you could see here, let me try and zoom in. It's not going to let me. Okay, it's not letting me zoom in for some reason. I'm not sure why. But, so this is going to be the first month. We're going to have, Passover right here on the 14th, then unleavened bread. And it's going to continue, and then unleavened bread ends here. But the first fruits, or the wave sheaf, is going to be on the 26th. And so you can't eat of, any regular bread or anything like that until this happens. And the reason it's going to happen on this day is because, Messiah is keeping to what Deuteronomy says about, when you touch an undead body, you're to remain unclean for 7 days. And then, boom, you're not unclean anymore. So because, Messiah, his spirit was leaving the fleshly body, he was touching a dead body, so he had to be unclean those 7 days after he rose, which is why, he wasn't allowing anybody to touch him when he first came out of the tomb, which is going to would have happened on a day one. So then the 7 days would have came on the Sabbath, and then that next one is the first fruit.
But it tells you right there in Leviticus 23:14.
Yeah.
If you, I guess I can post it.
And, our Messiah had to follow all the rules of the Torah to be able to fulfill it. So that includes, that rule as well.
So unleavened bread doesn't truly end until that Sabbath?
Well, no, the unleavened bread ends. You just can't eat any of the newer grains and so forth until the wave sheaf.
Yeah. Father gets the first fruits of your grain.
Yeah.
And after he receives your wave offering, then you're able to eat. In other words, you're putting him first.
Exactly.
Wow. I just got that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I hate to mention this, but we were discussing the covenant calendar, and they put their first fruits inside of unleavened bread.
Yes.
And that's another point, that their calendar cannot be correct. It's because they have that. Wow. They're all okay. All right. Just more confirmation for me. Thank you.
Yeah, something I will have to read over because I'm not going to lie, I'm still a little confused.
Yeah, no worries. It's basically just because Torah had to be kept, and it had to be kept perfectly. And there's specific reasons that YAHUAH had these things happen on these certain days. So, yeah.
I'm just wondering if I can just add something to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So before Passover, it's supposed to throw out your leaven, your old lump, your leaven. which is the starter that you need to make leavened bread. So, so when you have to start a new starter, it takes probably about 5 days to make a new starter. So the people who are living in this time now, they'll just jump straight into leavened bread. But actually, in reality, to make the leaven, you need to start again. You need to start your starter again because you've chucked out your old leaven as commanded. So, yeah.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually.
I don't know if I understood.
Yeah, it has to do with the starters too. Yeah.
Thank you, sister. That's a very good point. All right, so I just wanted to go over a couple more verses here. So, Exodus 12, 1 through 2. This is when Yahuwah's speaking to Moshe and Aaron. And he's saying, this month is the beginning of months for you. It's the first month of the year for you. And this goes along with, Exodus 40, which I think we passed it up. Yeah, so Exodus 40. So Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, on the first day of the first month, you're to raise up the dwelling place of the tent of meeting. So again, showing the importance, the first day of the first month. And here's Lamentations. It's a verse showing, the Sabbath day was to be forgotten. And it's Lamentations chapter 2, verse 6. So he demolished his booth like a garden, and he's destroyed his place of meeting. And Yahuwah has made the appointed times and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion. So this is showing, the Sabbath day, he was made it to be forgotten. How can it be made to be forgotten if it was just a continuous cycle? There has to be a reason. And what was this about? So, the head of days. Here in Enoch 71, verse 12 through 4, speaking about the head of days that comes in with Michael and Gabriel. We got the wisdom of Solomon, which is showing, the calendar is determined by the movements of the sun and the stars, which just backs up more of Enoch 72:30 or 74:12, where it's saying the sun and the stars are bringing in the years. And there's even more evidence to support it's the sun and the stars as well. So, so Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verses 17 through 19. And for he has given me certain knowledge of that which exists, namely to know how the world was made, and the operation of the elements, and the beginning, ending, and middle of the times, and the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of the seasons, and the circuit of the years, and the positions of stars. No moon in there. He's talking about, the sun, and the circuits of years, the position of the stars that has to do with these things. Again, just validating more, that verse in Enoch, it's the sun and the stars are bringing in the years. And then we have, again, Jubilees chapter 2, verses 1 through 3. This is explaining all the things Yahuwah made on that day one before the light was marking the start of day one. And then, these are just more of the verses in Samuel and Chronicles. And then this is just, again, showing more Actually, I redid these, so let me show you those ones. So keep scrolling down here. So then again, you know, we got the marker for day 4. So this is what we're talking about when the sun is rising due east. It's marking day 4 because it's creating that straight line. It's going to shine right between the 2 pillars coming through the doorway, and it's going to light up the Holy of Holies right there in the center. This goes along with a lot of the verses we just have read. You know, Ezekiel 43, Exodus 27:13, Exodus 38:13, Exodus 41, Qumran scrolls. You could put Exodus 12:1-2 as well. And again, this is just showing more, you know, that straight line. Boom. It's going to mark it, light up the temple. It's going to shine right between the 2 pillars here, lighting up the Holy of Holies. The 2 pillars are also, you know, representing these first 3 days that there was no sun, moon, and stars. And these are more verses in Jubilees as well. All right. So yeah, just a couple verses in Jubilees. And then we got the calendar, you know, month 12. So we got the last Sabbath of the year on the 28th day of the 12th month, which is going to usually be March 15th. And then we have March 16th, which is going to mark this divider day or day 0, day at a time. And then day 1 is going to be on the other side of this. And then we get day 4 here, which is going to be marked by the spring equinox, the vernal equinox. And so some other things I wanted to get into was, you know, I've seen a lot about the pre-sea cycles in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Here, let me scroll up to it here. So I wanted to go over some of it and show, you know, the moon cycles that are inserted there by Giza Vermes and Michael Wise. You know, those are authors' insertions, and it's their own interpretation on what the word duqah is meaning. And so I just wanted to read a little bit of this, which, you know, it's part of my newer article I'm writing. I did share this as a PDF in the group as well if you guys wanted to read over it. But in this section here, I'm going to be going over the Mishmarot, which is going to be found in 4Q320, 4Q321. These are the 2 most commonly used ones. The Mishmarot has, of course, it starts in 319, and it goes actually quite a bit further, which it would actually include 4Q324D as well, which is not going to be found in, like, you know, Giza Vermes or Michael Weiss's, because it was discovered after they authored it. But so let me just read some of this to show, you know, these moon phases that these authors inserted in there. They're going off of that because, you know, the Talmud has their pre-sea cycles going off moon phases. And so according to 1 Chronicles 24-26, the priests and the Levites were organized into courses or divisions, and these divisions used to serve in rotation. The term which rendered as course, or Hebrew mishmar or mishmarot, is the one used in the DSS sources. So we got the scroll of the war of the sons of light against the sons of darkness, it references on page 2. We got 4Q321, 4Q320. And then according to 1 Chronicles 23:1, it was King David who divided all the priests and the Levites according to their families and clans and assigned them their tasks in the temple. And this arrangement is attributed to David, also in the description of the dedication of the temple by Solomon in 2 Chronicles 8:14. So the text of Nehemiah 12:45-46 ascribes the assignment of tasks to the Levites and priests to both David and Solomon. And there is no information about the working arrangements in the temple anywhere else in the Bible. Neither is there any allusion to courses among the detailed instructions for the priests and Levites in the Bible. So it would appear that even the listing of the divisions of priests and singers and porters as given in 1 Chronicles 24-26 dates from the Second Temple era, and that they reflect a Second Temple reality, a conclusion based on the comparison of the list in 1 Chronicles 24 with the lists of priestly families in the book of Ezra, Nehemiah, and Dead Sea Scroll sources. So it's rabbinical writings that pair up moon cycles to their priestly cycles, and many attempt to apply the same method to the priestly cycles found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this will not work. As quoted from the rabbinic writings, Mishnah chapter 4, 1-5 is paralleled by Tosefta 3, 1-8. So again, this is, Mishnah, Talmudic stuff. Containing here Barayatot in connection with the connotation of the Mishmarot and the Mamadot with the text better than that of the Mishnah. The establishment of 24 priestly courses and the order of their service as described in 1 Chronicles 24 was meant to be a permanent arrangement. When this order was established, at what time the list was made is not known. In any event, it was a late development, at least 1 or 2 generations after the time of the high priest of Joachim, to which the list of priestly clans in Nehemiah 12 is attributed to. So various scholars date this list at the beginning of the Hasmonean or the usurpers era, since Jehorabib, the representative of the Hasmonean clan, heads the list. So we can already see, the usurper influence that's going on here. So heads the list in 1 Chronicles 24, whereas in Nehemiah, his name is 16th on the list. So when we look at a comparison of the complete Dead Sea Scrolls and other translations, we will see many of the moon phases found in the complete Dead Sea Scrolls are author's insertions and do not exist in the original text. So from Giza Vermes, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, Mishmarot A, which is 4Q320, fragment 1. So he has in here, to show it from the east, and to cause it to shine in the middle of heaven, in the foundation of the creation, from evening till morning, there is a full moon. So we see this is again in parentheses. And on the 4th day of the week, the sons of Gamul, in the 1st month of the 1st year. So as you can see, the parentheses are author's insertions by Giza Vermes. Just as we also see in many Bible translations, meaning they are insertions from the author's interpretation of what a particular verse can mean. So if we use Martinez In Florentino G, the Dead Sea Scrolls translated, we will see, to display itself from the east and shine in the center of the sky, at the base of the vault, from evening to morning, on the 4th day of the week, the sons of Gamul, in the 1st month of the 1st year. So what rises in the east and shines in the center of the sky in the spring? It's the sun. The sun does. So to clarify, here's our interpretation of that important description. And so the sources of this I have linked in the calendar discussion group as well. So it's saying the sun is what's rising due east and shines at the celestial equator on the horizon at dawn. So as night becomes morning. On day 4, Gamul, in the 1st month of the 1st year.
So I could see
go
their
ahead.
confusion. I could see their confusion because they're trying to say, well, the moon is what is from. And I just want to clarify this so that we can explain, because I was just on the, I was just communicating with Ren, this morning about this, and she's saying, yeah, but does the sun go from evening until morning? Sorry, my son's coughing. But but that's what she's trying to say, is that, oh, well, the moon goes from evening to morning, so it can't be the sun. So do you want to explain that confusion?
So yeah, that's actually what this next paragraph goes into as well.
Great.
It's, the sons of Zadok were not observing the moon to start a year. They weren't observing the moon to bring in the year. Why would they say the moon is going to be used to bring in day 4, or it's going to be a certain full moon? What it's saying here is from evening to morning, or when the sun is shining, it's going to be lining up from that evening into the morning, and then all that day, it's going to make that straight line shadow. That's what it's speaking about. And how do we know they were using, the equinox? It's because of the sundial that they have, and which actually this next chapter is going to go into. It's talking about the sundial, how it tracks the equinox, and they're marking day 4 on that equinox. So they were making these observations of when the straight line is going to happen, just like is mentioned in all the verses that we just spoke about at the beginning of this presentation as well. It's all going to be alluding to when this vernal equinox is going to happen.
Oh, this is talking about the equinox, not the priestly cycles.
Yeah, well, 4Q320, so this is one of the ones they use. As you can see here, they insert full moon on this day. And then if you keep reading into it on the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, you're going to see more moon cycles inserted in 4Q320. When these moon phases aren't even in the original text is the thing.
So the
it doesn't even
are not the thing in the original. So how do they want to line that up with the priestly cycles? Because it says Gamal?
Yeah, so that's what I was just reading, because in their Talmudic writings and rabbinical writings, they did the priestly cycles off moon phases. So because we have Giza Vermes and Michael Weiss, who are appealing to usurper authority, they're going to say, oh yeah, the moon. We're just going to throw some moon cycles in here because that's what they do. And that's not exactly the correct way of doing it, because, the Dead Sea Scrolls, they don't have an explanation on why they were tracking these priestly cycles or what happened. We have the word duqah, which I'll be getting into as well here. But, scholars don't even agree on the meaning of the word duqah. So Michael Wise himself admits to saying, well, we're just going to go with, this full moon meaning of the word duqah and say it means that in our translation. Which I'm going to show a little bit of proof of as well. Because I got, let's see. Yeah. So we got 4Q321 we're going to get into where it's going to actually show the word duqah. And then I'm going to get into, Michael Weiss's, so an excerpt from Michael Weiss and Cook's. This is where he's admitting, the word duqah, they don't know what it means. So they're just going to go with the full moon. So back up here. So other references in the scroll make it clear that day 4 was also the first day of the first month in the year. The celestial equator is the great circle in the sky used by astronomers from ancient times to divide the northern half of the sky from the southern half. To an astronomer, that is an obvious meaning for the phrase center of the sky in the above quotation. Every year on March 20th, our Gregorian calendar, we have the first day of spring, or the vernal equinox, when the sun is at its annual trek, and it crosses the celestial equator from the southern half to the northern, and on that morning it rises most nearly due east. And one crucial piece of data to understand is the importance of this event is for those at Qumran. The importance of this event for those at Qumran is that the Book of Enoch also explicitly states when the year is going to begin. Yep. So if our understanding of how the calendar is intercalated is correct, which is a divider day each year, then those at Qumran would need a way to determine when the sun rose due east. And many ancient cultures did that by erecting a pillar or a marker to align with a mountain peak or other horizon feature. So Stonehenge in England is a classic example, but it's aligned with the summer solstice rather than the spring equinox. And is there any physical evidence at Qumran that they were interested in determining the day of the vernal equinox to mark day 4? And the answer is a resounding yes. A limestone sundial has been discovered at Qumran, and it was designed to measure the sun during the year rather than during the day. So after studying it, two researchers concluded, so quote, it could have been used to handle the discrepancy between the 365.25 days and a calendar year of 364 days. It allows the determination of the cardinal points and fixing a calendar whose seasons are as near as possible to the signs of the sun, moon, and stars. So thus, there is strong evidence supporting that the Qumran calendar was indeed intercalated with a method involving actually measuring when the sun rose in the east, as directed by the Book of Enoch, according to the heavenly markers. I believe that the Qumran sundial was also able to track the equal day and equal night, the equilux, as Enoch 72:32 states, and it marks the end and the head of the year, the divider day each year. So again, Mishma wrote B. This is in the what translation is this? I think it's so S. Tauman and I. Knoll. And this is going to be 4Q321 as it says it in the text, minus a couple, these ones are what are in the brackets and so forth is what they got off different scrolls that they're kind of inserting in here. That would say the same thing. But so on the first day of the week of Jedediah, which falls the 12th in it, the 7th month. On the second day in the week of YAHUAH, which falls on the 25th in the 8th month, and duqah is on the third day in the week of Ma'im, which falls on the 12th in the 8th month. So duqah is this word in question here. And this is where, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, they're inserting, full moon or what have you. When, that doesn't actually exist in the original text. So this is just the whole verse. So when we read through 4Q321, we see the moon phases from Giza Vermes. The complete Dead Sea Scrolls are again not in there in the above translation by S. Talman and I. Knoll. Instead, we see the word used, which is duqah. So what is the duqah? This is an excerpt from Michael and Wise Cook's, a new translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So this is what, Michael Weiss puts in his translation under the commentaries. So beyond the problem of intercalation, another basic area of ignorance hindering complete understanding of the calendar involves the meaning of the recurrent Hebrew term duqah. This word, describing one of the phases of the moon, so this is the author's opinion again, occurs frequently in the synchronistic calendar text 72. The system of lunar observation associated with the term, so again, author's opinion, because they don't know if it means a lunar observation. They know it means an observation, but of what? That's what's disagreed about. So the system of lunar observation associated with the term, which is the author's opinion, clearly underlies other texts as well, even though they don't mention duqah. Before the discovery of the scrolls, scholars had never encountered this word. Knowledge of ancient Hebrew is far from perfect, and quite a bit of lost vocabulary has been recovered from the scrolls. So reasoning from etymology, duqah most likely means carefully examined. Yeah. And actually, that's what it means in the Hebrew, like carefully examined.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you think the term duqah was lost after the first temple was destroyed? Because that's when we start seeing, them observing what they call the new moon. Do you think it was like the translation of that word was lost because of also the usurping of the true priesthood?
That could be very possible. It could have been lost during that first temple time, yeah. But the sons of Zadok, they're the ones who kept all this, so they would know the meaning of it. And it kind of, like when I was looking up the word and trying to find the meanings of it, or what it could be similar to, there wasn't a whole lot. Basically, it was just showing, it's related to, something carefully examined or observed. There's nothing about the moon in it. It's just basically like an observation of some sort. That's actually what it's what's being. Yeah.
In your PDF folder, I don't know if anybody's interested, but I uploaded some plans to make their own sundial. They need to. You just cut those templates out. You could take it to Staples and get it blown up, a little more if you want a bigger one, and set those up. They're pretty accurate.
Thank you, brother.
What you do is on your south side of your arm there, you got that string going through there, and I'd put a neon string in there because you're going to have to line it up to the North Star in the evening, so that if you put a fluorescent string on there, it'll light up at night to where you see it, point it directly. But on your south side, you're going to look at that arm like a shotgun, and look directly to the north, from the south arm to the north arm, and just line it up directly with that star. And I'll tell you what, it comes out perfect every year. So if anybody interested,
Awesome.
it's in the PDF folder.
Awesome.
Thank you,
brother.
Hey, you're welcome.
Yeah, we're all definitely interested. If you could, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yep, they
Yeah,
should
for
be
sure.
there.
Yeah, I see them there. So they're in there.
Yeah.
Awesome. So yeah, this is what the question is, what is being examined? So scholars are still debating the options for duqah, and a reasonable case can be made for either approach. So he's talking about these different approaches that, that they're some kind of lunar phase observations. Like, we don't know that for sure because they don't explain. But the authors of this book do not themselves agree on what it means, but have decided to translate according to the full moon option. Hence, we will take duqah to refer to the observation of the first crescent. So instead of course, being a full moon, like Giza Vermes did, they go with the, well, this is actually a crescent moon. Well, we know crescent moons and things like that are not found in here. They're not found. The Dead Sea Scrolls had Jubilees as one of their books that they considered canon, and it's straight up talking about how we shouldn't be making observations of the moon like that. So that's another big thing too, is why would they be observing, crescent moons and things like that when they have a book commanding them specifically not to be doing that? So it just doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense to translate duqah into a crescent moon or any kind of sliver moon observation or whatever. We're still trying to figure that out, which is, what we wanted to go into a bit today as well. So as you can see, the authors took it upon themselves to declare the meaning as different phases of the moon. And when looking into the history of these authors, we see a connection to the Hasmodean usurpers. Yep. So first we have Giza Vermes. So Hungarian, was a British academic, biblical scholar, and Judist of Jewish Hungarian descent. Well, there it is. And one who also served as a Roman Catholic priest. Well, now what do we have? Now we have a Jesuit, literally. The scholar specialized in the field of history of religion, particularly ancient Judaism and early Christianity. This guy is literally a Jesuit without them admitting to him being a Jesuit, because we know a Jesuit is a person observing Judaism, portraying themselves as a Catholic.
They always get themselves into everything, especially Yah's truths. Oh my.
Yep.
I am not surprised.
So now we can see why, Giza Vermes in the complete Dead Sea Scrolls is saying these are certain moon phases. So there was another part here. So he was studying, ancient Hebrew writings in Aramaic, such as the Targum, on the life and religion of quote-unquote Jesus. He was one of the most important voices in contemporary quote-unquote Jesus research. So this is just a quote that I took from his Wikipedia page. And anybody can go look this up as well. It's just type in his name and you will find this exact.
And isn't it funny? You tell people about this. Look it up. they blind their eyes to it. It's all literal sourced. It's
Yeah.
sourced.
100%.
And we give them the information, we give them the sources like I did today, which is why my mind is boggling, is because they won't even see this. They're getting that information. Yeah, it's Dead Sea Scroll stuff, but they had their hand in it. The Jesuits had their hand in it, still trying to deceive us. Now, Yah preserved it, thankfully, but my goodness, these brothers and sisters have got to wake up. I mean, these are people that I thought were my family, and it's just, it breaks my heart to give them this information and them to just say, sorry, we just disagree. Well, what do you disagree on? There's sources. What do you mean? Right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Venting.
Yeah.
No, like Jeremy pointed out before, though, they even had, I mean, they tell us that the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in 47, and they actually have pieces of it way before, even in the early to late 1800s is when they had some of these already. So they had time to go and infiltrate the actual text themselves before they decided to go ahead and give the okay to give it, to the world.
Exactly. So that's why, these are big major red flags and reasons why I do not agree that, these Mishmarotes are going off certain phases of moons. They were observing something, but it wasn't a Babylonian moon phase. I can tell you that. And the same thing for, Michael Weiss and his translation. Right here. His area of focus is in ancient Judaism. As a background to the rise of Christianity, he studied the Semitic languages in order to immerse himself in rabbinic texts. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, he uses over 20 languages in his research. So, here again, we can see the appeal to the usurper's authority because, he's studying into the rabbinic texts, the Semitic languages, which of course they twisted the original language and created their own, Yiddish, which is what they call Semitic. And it's defiling the original meanings of the words. So we can see his decision to define the word duqah as different moon phases that are found in these rabbinic texts. And that's the thing is, when we show these things, let me scroll down to the sources here. So we have here. These are all the sources I used to go through what we just read. So this is going to be the links to here. Actually, let me just screen share. I'll screen share it to the internet and show you real quick if I can find it. 1 second. So again, this is going to be, from their virtual library. This is where I got the information from, that, as you can see, and they're citing these rabbinical texts all throughout this whole article. They describe, the rabbinical texts, even more so here. This is where they get these moon phases to go in line with the priestly cycles because of rabbinical texts. Oh, look, Talmudic data. So they got a bunch of stuff coming from the Talmud to line up moon phases that shouldn't be there. I just wanted to go through some of this to show, like, look, these moon phases, they aren't actually in the Dead Sea Scrolls text. And what they're going off of is sources from the Talmud and the Mishnah. And here we go to this one here, the Tanit is what they call it. So again, this is showing, get rid of these ads. So this is showing, the Mishnah, the Tosifah, Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmuds, onto why they decided to put their priestly courses aligned up to moon phases. And this is just, it goes all throughout it again. Here, I will actually put these, come on.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
I just thought of something else. In Deuteronomy 4:17, it says, "Do not put your eyes up to the sun, the moon, or the stars, lest you worship them." So the priests definitely wouldn't be looking up for the moon, would they?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so then also in Jubilees, it says the sun was created as a sign on the earth. So we don't have to look up at the sun for anything. We just have to look on the ground for a sign on the earth, that straight shadow. So we're not looking up at the sun's, moon and stars for anything. So
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Exactly. Yeah, we're not looking at the sun or anything like that. We're just looking at what the sign that we are told to be looking out for by scriptures, and it's on the ground.
What verses were those again?
That is Deuteronomy 4:19. Sorry, Deuteronomy 4:19, not 17. I've just got it pulled up here. I'll just read it out of this version I've got. Lest you lift your eyes to the heavens and shall see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the hosts of the heaven, and you be drawn away into bowing down to them and serving them, which Yahuwah your Elohim has allotted to all the peoples under the heavens.
Awesome.
I mean, that's a total mic drop. Like,
Yeah.
that is a mic drop, because honestly, we could give them all of this evidence, all of this scripture, and truthfully, all we need is that one verse.
Yeah.
Do not
don't look
up to the moon.
Yeah. And the
And
beauty
maybe
is
that's what we are doing wrong too. Maybe we should not be looking up to the moon, all the waxings and wanings, as if, because I mean, how many times, all these people that are, trying to track the moon, and we're all, ripping out their hair, and then at the end of the day, they can't come to a conclusive anything. I mean, it would be nice, but it's like, don't look up that way. And we don't
look on
when we're
for the sun.
Yeah, because we're not looking up to the sun. We're looking at the straight line shadow.
Correct.
Yeah.
Down on the earth.
Wow. I mean, that just ends it.
I mean, we read that earlier in the Testament of the 12 that they're relating the moon to the will of men.
Yeah.
So I feel like that kind of says it all right there too.
Yeah, actually, that's what I wanted to go into here next as well.
They're relating the moon to the will of men. Ooh. So, okay. So
Yeah,
what are
so
we thinking then? Are we not supposed to track it like that?
yeah, I don't know. That's why I wanted, actually Miranda and Marissa to go over a little bit of what both of them found as well. But I wanted to read some of, what Marissa was just talking about in that PDF Brother Lee shared. And it's that the Testament of the 12, and it's called I forget the name of it. Here, let me open it up and it'll show me again. So yeah. So this is going to be the title of this document here, and it's ANF08, the 12 Patriarchs, Excerpts, Epistles, the Clementia, Apocrypha, Decretals, Memoirs of Edicea, and Syriac Documents, Remains of the First Age, by Philip Schaff. And as we could see, let me get to the table of contents, but we can see, it's got the Testament of the 12 in it. It's got excerpts of different epistles and so forth, as we could see, the Epistle of Clement, which is actually, I was just wanting to read that epistle. I think it's the epistle or apostle or whatever of Clement. Yeah, the disciple of Peter. Yeah, it's got all these different, workings and writings in it. But there's a specific one. Let me see if I can find it. It's about the sun and the moon and the stars, which I already have them on these pages. I just kind of wanted to show the titles here. But as you can see, there's a lot of different writings in here. It's pretty amazing. Somewhere in here, somewhere around here, it's about the sun and the moon and the stars and their journey. Yeah, motions of the sun and the moon. Then we got sun and the moon ministers, both good and evil. Fascinating stuff. And this is the PDF, Brother Lee had shared. It's really fascinating. So yeah, so this is going to be page, what is it? 268. And we got the motions of the sun and the moon. So says Aquila, I shall do so without delay. 2 visible signs are shown in the heaven, one of the sun, the other of the moon. And these are followed by 5 other stars, each describing its own separate orbit. These, therefore, Yahuwah has placed in the heaven, by which the temperature of the air may be regulated according to the seasons, and to the order of vicissitudes and alternations may be kept. But by means of the very same signs, if at any time plague and corruption is sent upon the earth for the sins of men, their air is disturbed, and pestilence is brought upon animals, and blight upon crops, and a destructive year in every way among men, or upon men. And thus it is that one by one the same means order is both kept and destroyed. For it is manifest even to the unbelieving and unskillful that the course of the sun, which is useful and necessary to the world, and which is assigned by the providence, is always kept orderly. But the courses of the moon, in comparison of the course of the sun, seem to the unskillful to be inordinate and unsettled in her waxings and wanings. So for the sun moves in fixed and orderly periods. From him are hours, and from him the day when he rises, and from him also the night when he sets. And from him months and years are reckoned, and from him the variations of the seasons are produced. While rising to the higher regions, he tempers the spring, but when he reaches the top of heaven, he kindles the summer's heat. Again, sinking, he produces the temperature of autumn, and when he returns to his lowest circle, he bequeaths us to the rigor of winter's cold from the icy binding of heaven. So, pretty amazing verse, a lot to unpack in here. But as we could see, they're speaking about, the sun. This is where we're getting the hours, the days, the months, and the years. Again, going along with Jubilees, the seasons, all of these things. This is what the sun is doing.
What a beautiful, nice extra witness that is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, that is a great witness.
Hey, Jeremy, I'm sorry to briefly change the subject. Could you resend me the link to this group? Ellie had to get a new phone, and she, for some reason, can't get on the call.
Yeah. Let me get it. So I just shared the link in the group there.
Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. So yeah, it's just more witness to say, the sun is what's bringing on all these things, but the courses of the moon seem to be unsettled. And then we continue reading here. The sun and moon, ministers both of good and evil. So, but we shall discourse at a greater length on these subjects at another time. Now, meantime, we remark, though he is that good servant for regulating the changes of the seasons, yet when chastisement is inflicted upon men according to the will of YAHUAH, he glows more fiercely and burns upon the world with more vehement fires. Which is amazing, because this is also backing more up of what Enoch is describing, how the sun burns hotter than it should be because of the sin, and that's exactly what it's saying here. So in like manner also the course of the moon, and that changing which seems to the unskillful to be disorderly, is adapted to the growth of crops, and the cattle, and all living creatures. For by her waxings and her wanings, and by a certain wonderful contrivance of providence, everything that is born is nourished and grows, concerning which we could speak more at length, and unfold the matter in detail, but that the method of the question proposed recalls us. Yet by the very same appliances by which they are produced, all things are nourished and increased. But when, from any just cause, the regulation of the appointed order is changed, corruption and distemper arise, so that chastisement may come upon men by the will of Yahuwah, as we have said above. So again, this is showing, the moon is actually the nurturer for all these things. It says right here, it's adapted to the growth of the crops and for the cattle and for all living creatures. It's for nourishment. And, that goes along with, what is it, the farmer's calendar, or that calendar that goes by, the moon for planting seasons. That's exactly what this is saying the moon's for. It's for, it's certain times of planting, and it's going to nourish the plants and the animals. Let's see, there is, I know there's some more I had marked. So this is going to be page 354. And it's Simon, a disciple of the Baptist. So, but that he came to deal with the doctrines of religion happened on this wise. There was one, John, a day Baptist, who was also, according to the method of combination, the forerunner of our Messiah Yahushua. That's what I'm going to say. and as Yahushua had 12 apostles, bearing the number of the 12 months of the sun, also he, John, had 30 chief men, fulfilling the monthly reckoning of the moon, in which number was a certain woman called Helena, that not even this might be without a dispensational significance, for a woman being half a man made up the imperfect number of the triaconted, as also in the case of the moon, whose revolution does not make the complete course of a month. But of these 30, the first and the most esteemed by John was Simon, and the reason of his not being chief after the death of John was as follows. So right here we see again, the sun is bearing the number of the 12 months, the 12 months of the sun. And then John the Baptist, he had 30 chief men for, there's 30 days each month. And then it talks about how the moon is not bringing in the month. Like it doesn't, where is it? Let me find it. Whose revolution does not make the complete course of the month, as they put it. So even these guys are showing, look, the moon is not going to be used for months.
Isn't it interesting that it was a problem then, just as it is a problem today? There is nothing new under the sun.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, and that originally started from the Watchers.
Yep.
Remember, they gave omens to the sons of men about the sun, moon, and stars. They literally taught the observances of the moon.
Exactly. It's just fascinating, all this is backing up, look, the moon's not going to be used for months. It's not going to be used to be bringing in the year. But it is going to be for these certain things, which is very interesting.
And I don't mean to be like, women rule or anything, because we, definitely not. But a woman's cycle is every 28 days as well, kind of like a woman, which is interesting. At least if you're, if your cycle isn't off or anything like that, usually it's 28 days.
Yeah. And it just goes to show, the moon being that, feminine, having that feminine role and being the nurturer and things like that. And then this is going to be page, I just looked at it, 257, which is also, it's going to show, the motions of the stars as well. And then there's this Plato's testimony, I believe it was in, if I'm correct. Oh, yeah. So we got Plato's testimony here, but someone will say that these things are done by nature. Now, in this, the controversy is about a name. For while it is evident that it is work of a mind and reason, what you call nature, I call YAHUAH the Creator. It is evident that neither the species of bodies arranged with so necessary distinctions, nor the faculties of minds, could or can be made by irrational and senseless work. But if you regard the philosophers as fit witnesses, Plato testifies concerning these things in the Timaeus, where in a discussion on the making of the world, he asks whether it has existed always or had a beginning, and decides that it was made. So look at that. Plato, who they like to promote in science today, as evidence against the Bible, he's admitting here it was created, it was made. And for says he, it is visible and palpable, and the corporeal, but it is evident that all things which are of this sort have been made. But what has been made has doubtless an author, by whom it was made. This maker and father of all, however, it is difficult to discover, and when discovered, it is impossible to declare him to the vulgar. Such is the declaration of Plato. But though he and other Greek philosophers...
I'm sorry. May I ask where you're reading from? I'm sorry I'm late. I finally got things worked out how to get in.
No, please interrupt. If anyone has any questions or they're confused on where we're at, if you're just coming in, please feel free to stop so that we could please share with you what's going on. Absolutely. No problem.
Thank you.
So it's going to be the PDF Brother Lee had shared in the other group chat that we have. It's in the general discussion. It's going to be called, let me scroll up. It's a big long name. Here it is. So the 12 patriarchs, excerpts and epistles, the Clementia, Apocrypha, Decretals, memoirs of Edicea, and Syriac documents, remains of the first age by Philip Schaff.
Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah.
Is there anyone, I can't do this PDF thing off the phone. Is there a way that I can get anybody to send that to my email address or whatever? I'm sorry. I'm very much interested, but I can't even read this. What you're reading, I can't even read it on my phone.
What kind of phone do you have?
It's I don't know. I just got it. I think it's a Motorola.
Okay, that's why you can't read a PDF. If you've got an Android and I send you a PDF file, you cannot open it. Matter of fact, I can't even send you one. If you had an iPhone, you could. But maybe Jeremy, you have something to convert it into a Word document, PDF to Word document.
That's what it is.
Then you could send it to her phone, because if you try to send it to her phone in a PDF, you won't be able to. It'll tell you failed.
Yeah, I have Microsoft Word downloaded on my Android, and it opens all these up.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
So if you just get the Microsoft Word app,
yeah,
on your Android, just get that one. And it'll allow you to open up PDFs.
Okay. Yeah. Other than that, you won't be able to open it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll actually even, you have an option to have a voice read it to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an AI thing, but.
Thank you. I'll try that. I don't know how much room I've got for apps on this phone. It's an old one. So thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Or if you put your email in the chat, I'm sure someone will be able to send it to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I can read it a whole lot better on my computer than squinting here, what you've got right there. Thank you.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know how to zoom it in here.
Oh, how do I put it in the chat?
Oh, wait, there we go. So just go in the Telegram group and you could just put your email in there.
Okay, I think I got this figured out.
Hey, Jeremy.
Thank you. I'll try it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What page was you reading from in the 12 Patriarchs? Was that 367 on the moon?
Yeah, this one's 257 right here. The ones before we read let's see, 354.
354. Okay.
And then we read 268.
Okay. Let me write that down. I remember reading it, but
yeah.
Let me write that down. What? Say that again for me, please.
Hold on, let me mark where I am. So we have 257. Then we got 354.
And 367.
268. Let's see. Marissa had sent a bunch of them. There's a whole bunch. Yeah, she sent some other ones here. We got page 257, page 268, page 372, page 354.
I think it was 372 you were reading.
I don't think I was. All right.
Anyway, I'll find it. Don't let me disturb you. I'll find it.
Okay. Yeah. No worries.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. So again, this is talking about Plato. A person, modern science, they try to lift up as, trying to discredit Yahuwah. But we have a confession from him where he believes in Yahuwah, basically. And so, such is the declaration of Plato. But though he and the other Greek philosophers had chosen to be silent about the making of the world, would it not be manifest to all who have any understanding? For what man is there, having even a particle of sense, who, when he sees a house having all things necessary for useful purposes, its roof fashioned into the form of a globe, painted with various splendor and diverse figures, adorned with large and splendid lights? Who is there, I say? So what he's talking about here is roof fashioned to the form of a globe. That's talking about, the firmament there that's above, because talking about the lights and the figures that are in it. So who is there, I say, that seeing such a structure would not immediately pronounce that it was constructed by a most wise and powerful artificer. And
Do,
so
do
who can
you
be found?
think, do you
What's
think
that?
that that he actually believed in Yahuwah, or do you think that he believed in like Zeus or one of them as the creator behind all this?
So what he's saying here is there is a father of all who created all things.
Right,
That's
and I
what,
think they attributed that to Jupiter during his time, as
yeah, it could have
the
been.
pagans did.
What he did believe is that it's created, but what they try to portray today is that he's saying it wasn't created. And he's saying, even though we don't admit that, we know it.
Isn't it interesting how people have to double talk whenever they're confronted with something that they
Yeah,
don't want to admit?
yeah, exactly. All right, and so who can be found so foolish as when he gazes upon the fabric of the heaven and perceives the splendor of the sun and the moon and sees the courses and beauty of the stars, and that their paths assigned to them by fixed laws and periods, will not cry out that these things are made, not so much by a wise and rational artificer, but as by wisdom and reason itself. Pretty amazing stuff. And then here we have the motions of the stars. So starting on 257. So, but lest the assertion may seem doubtful respecting things which are not manifest to all, let us come to those things of which nobody is ignorant, who dispose the courses of the stars with so great reason, and ordain their risings and settings, and appointed to each one to accomplish the circuit of the heavens in certain and regular times, who assign some to be always approaching to the setting, and others to be returning to the rising, who put a measure upon the courses of the sun, that he might mark out by his diverse motions hours, days, months, and changes of the season. Look at that. That he might distinguish by the sure measurement of his course, now winter, then spring, summer, and afterwards autumn, and always by the same changes of the year, complete the circle with variety, without confusion. Who, I say, will not pronounce that the director of such order is the very wisdom of Yahuwah? And these are the things we have spoken in according to the regulations, or to the relations given us by the Greeks respecting the science of the heavenly bodies. Pretty amazing stuff. Again, this is this title right here. Very extensive title. And, this is something Brother Lee had shared in the chat, which thank you for sharing that, brother. Really awesome. And let's see. Actually, I was going to ask if either you, Marissa, or Miranda wanted to kind of explain some of the stuff we were talking about earlier. If you wanted to go over that.
Marissa, did you want to go first?
She said, go ahead. Go ahead if you want to.
Okay. Again, it wasn't like a massive revelation or anything. It was just going over the book of Enoch this morning with my mom. And I've read through Enoch quite a few times, not as much as Jubilees, but quite a few times. And, with each, with each new thing that we learn and find out, it kind of helps the scales come off our eyes a little more. And certain things that we didn't understand before, we can now understand. And so this morning, I was just reading in chapter 41 of Enoch, starting in verse 5. And this is the R.H. Charles version of Enoch. And I'll just read through it and just kind of applied a few things. And again, it's with us learning things, you have to ask questions and be willing to see if it applies. And then if it doesn't, then, it's fine. You wash your hands and then you move on to the next thing that it could possibly be, especially in such a time of deception that we are in. So, verse 5 of chapter 41 in Enoch, it says, "And I saw the chambers of the sun and the moon, whence they proceed and whether they come again, and their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit, and they take nothing away from it, and they keep faith with each other in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And the first, the sun, goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment of YAHUAH of spirits, and mighty is his name forever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and visible path of the moon, and she accomplishes the course of her path in that place by day and by night, and the one holding a position opposite to the other before YAHUAH of spirits, and they give thanks and praise and rest not, for unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes oft for a blessing or curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous." So verse 8 that I just read, that the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous, it just kind of got me thinking. So I just looked on my app on my phone this morning, and it kind of gives you the waxing and the waning of the moon throughout the month. And when we use the calendar that Jeremy had set up based on the observation of the equinox being the first day of the head of the month, the Gregorian calendar and Yah's calendar are split like perfectly down the middle. When you're in the beginning of the Gregorian month, you're usually you are in the middle of Yah's true month. So they literally are like split down the middle. And so all I did was I went back and I tracked to see if there was a certain path of the moon that would, dictate anything, and if we could, I don't know, apply it. And something I thought was interesting was, so the waxing of the moon is to the right side. So the waxing is when the light is poured back into the moon. The waning is when it's being slowly taken back out. And so starting this new year, hold on, let me see if I can look this up so I'm not getting all my words confused. On the, no, it's not. Okay, so on the Gregorian, March 20th is going to be the head of the month. That's the equinox. That is, so that's the head of the month. And again, we know that we're not tracking the moon for months, but we do have the phases of the moon throughout the month. That much we know. What's interesting is I didn't know that the Gregorian calendar recognized the dark moon, like completely dark. They recognize that as the new moon. I didn't know that. I know Dr. Pigeon, in his translation of the Sefer, he recognizes the part in Psalms. He says, "Blow the shofar in the dark new moon." So he also recognizes the new moon being the dark moon, which is weird because
we know that we're not children of darkness. That's not how Yah works. He clearly made a distinction between light and dark, in everything that he put on here, on this realm for us. So, anyway, so the dark moon on March is on the 29th. And then the following day after that, which will be Sabbath, because the new year started, so that means Sabbath on the Gregorian is moving to Sunday. And the day after that, the moon starts waxing, the light being poured back into it. And then you see that 2 days later is the beginning of Passover. And so all I was saying to Jeremy, Katrina, and Marissa today was that, I have no idea if this has any correlation, just an observance, if he's pouring his light back into the moon, because we're the children of light, right? On his appointed time. So that's all I saw. I have no idea if it happens every feast day. Obviously, that's something that we'll just maybe have to look and see. Again, it's not determined by the moon. It's just an observation. But I just thought it was interesting because, and I don't know this either, but I don't know if the full moon is going to be either on the last day of unleavened bread, which would be a high Sabbath. I have no idea. But just wondering if maybe, the light being poured back into the moon maybe happens on the feast. I don't know. But again, if we can take anything from this is the point that if you start your month with a new moon sighting, it's not going to happen at the beginning of the month. Usually the waxing and the waning happens within the middle of Yah's month. And so you will miss the feast if that's how you start your month. That's kind of all I have on that, but yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Is this, if I interject, is this the year that the full moon will be on the 20th of March?
So that's what we were going over earlier.
No, it won't.
Yeah.
No, the 20th of March is it's waxing.
Okay,
it's in the middle of waxing.
I have this ancient Dead Sea Scroll calendar thing with the 6 year. They have 6 years. I don't know if it rotates through 6 years, but there is a year that the full moon, the first year that they have recorded, the full moon is on the first day of the year. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, so we just actually went over that and how that's incorrect. How they don't have full moon, they don't have sliver moon, they don't have moon phases. In the Mishmarot of the Dead Sea Scrolls, those are authors' insertions. And when we go and look up the background of the authors, we see they have Jewish Talmudic connections, and they are just inserting these certain moon phases into it because, the Talmud, the Mishnah says to insert moon phases off these priestly courses. What we have found is the word duqah is in there. So it's not, and we showed, how these authors, they took it upon themselves to say, well, we don't know what it means, but we're just going to say it's a sliver moon, or we're just going to say it's a full moon. None of that's even correct.
So the 6 year calendar, the section of the recreation of priestly courses of 4Q 320 to 321 is more imagination than real as far as the moon phases go?
Yeah, as far as the moon phases go, absolutely. Yeah, those don't exist in there. We know they kept these priestly cycles for a reason. They don't explain exactly why. But people tend to take it upon themselves to say, oh, well, look, Giza Vermes says, there's a full moon here. But we're just going to go off that.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, you and I have gone back and forth over this a few times, and I have a couple of the DSS, and on that 4Q 320, and it says to show it from the east, to cause it to shine in the middle of the heaven and the foundation of the firmament from evening till morning. The only thing that does shine from evening till morning is the moon. So I mean, it's
That's
speaking of the moon. Now, where they put there is a full moon, yeah, that was a gloss. But when we're reading Enoch, I think it's 83, I want to say, where he says he looks back up to heaven and he sees the sun in the east and the moon in the west and a few stars. The only time that happens is at a full moon. And so, and
Yeah,
that's
that's right.
right. And so, I mean, I understand what you're saying about them putting in full moon and that kind of thing. But it does, I mean, this is describing the moon. That's why I'm not seeing what the issue is with this
so
section.
so again, please everybody go and watch from the beginning. I discussed all of this earlier. I don't mind answering it again. But so the sons of Zadok who were at Qumran, the Dead Sea Scrolls, who wrote them, they have Jubilees as their canon, and they followed it to the T. Jubilees specifically says, do not make observations of the moon. So why would they be making an observation of the moon when Jubilees is saying not to do that? So what they're saying is because the sun is lining up on that day, it happens during the nighttime. Marissa can back this up as well. She's tracked a lot of it. These moon phases do not line up. They won't line up. There's a specific pattern. If we take
Right.
it, and I showed the evidence as well, from several different translations of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But we see there are no moon cycles inserted in there at all. It's just, especially in 4Q320, there's no moon cycles in there. It just says it's very fragmented, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going on, and all these different things are just fragmented out of there. Whether they
Okay.
actually are or they're just being hidden to hide the truth, which is, one of my opinions. It's not containing, a sliver moon or a full moon or things. The only thing that does contain something that they're making an observation of is in 321, where we're going to find the word duqah. The duqah just means, a detailed examination or a detailed observation. And I read through Michael Weiss's own admission to saying we don't know what dukkha means. Scholars don't know what dukkha means.
Right.
Nobody knows what it means. We're just going to go ahead and throw in sliver of the moon there.
I agree about. I just wanted to say this, and then I'll get off of here.
Yeah.
There is, I mean, yes, they gloss in the writers of the DSF. These glosses, from what I've read, were in the margins. So obviously, it's not the part of the original written text unless they missed something or forgot something. But where it says from evening till morning, so if it's shining in the middle of the heaven from evening till morning, that has to be the moon. And the only one that shines from evening till morning is the full moon. So I see their reasoning behind stating it, even though it is a gloss. It's not in the original. But from my understanding, when they're putting these in brackets or in parentheses and stuff, just like they do with the italicized in our scriptures, for what's the word, for clarification's sake, or what they think it means, or to help someone understand what it's saying from their perspective, obviously. But in even according to Enoch, the only thing that shines from evening till morning is a full moon. So that was my only point, is being clear about what it says. Thank you.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. So I also showed another, website from scholars that showed that it's talking about the equinox that's going to happen on day 4. They don't see it as it's the moon. I shared that article. Here, where's it at? It's in another group. Let me get it.
So are you saying they are saying that the equinox shines through the night?
So it's not saying it's shining through the night. It's saying it's coming up as night is turning to morning. So it's talking about the morning. It's going to line up just like that. And it's going to make that straight line beam of light that we showed examples of.
Okay.
And it's going to shine directly through the 2 pillars, and it's going to light up the Holy of Holies right there, the first day
Yeah.
of the first month, which is day 4. So I could see where the confusion can come from. We also have to remember.
So are they
like
saying that from evening till morning is like from night till morning? Because evening is from day going into night, and morning is the changeover from night till daylight. So that's that's where the clarification needs to be made. Because evening doesn't lead into morning.
Right. Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
No, that's what I was just going to say. We literally discussed all of this at the beginning of this.
Okay.
And I showed.
But that's okay, Jeremy. We should be patient with everybody and go over this again just in case anyone here, because I would like to even, because this is a concern with the Gina Sparks group. This is what they're saying. So it's okay that we can repeat things and help out our brothers and sisters, because this is an important topic, and we really don't want to lose anybody because we're not willing to talk about it. So go ahead and review it if you can.
I'm not saying I don't want to talk about it. I'm just saying, like 10 minutes ago we discussed it. That's all.
Well,
I'm
it's okay. We don't have to laugh. It's okay. Just go through it again. It's okay. It's really important, Jeremy.
If someone else can back me up as well, that'd be helpful.
If it helps. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
We hear you, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did we lose him?
I don't know. It says he's listening.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I lost connection.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Can you hear us now?
Apologies, I keep losing connection.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Katrina, what were you asking him to repeat? I missed that.
It's because of the evening to morning, and they're saying that it's talking about the moon, and I'm still a little bit confused about that as well, because it sounds like it's talking about the moon, but then it goes into talking about the equinox happening. So I'm just wondering how that all lines up together, because it's still, this needs to be addressed very thoroughly. So I don't know if we could walk through what it says and then do it as a comprehensive the understanding of what the entire thing, maybe read it off so that it is a little bit more clear, because I see where she's coming from, and a lot of people are stuck in this, especially Gina Sparks, Avi Ben Mordecai, and we really need to understand this very thoroughly in order to help our brethren. So that's why we're here trying to learn from you, Jeremy. So if you could just maybe walk through that, and then we could learn a little bit better. Even though you went through it, it's still a little bit unclear.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that because I missed that part.
Yeah, a couple people did. So let's just be,
Long
able to,
suffering.
yeah, let's be patient, and everyone's here at different times, unfortunately, because they have other engagements and kids and things like that, and boy, do I know. So yeah, if you could just help us out.
Now, is the confusion maybe because those are transitions? Because during evening and morning, those are transition words basically, and it is a time where the sun and the moon kind of meet together for that separation period, because it's not full light and it's not full dark, so they're both there, and
Okay.
it's for a very small amount of time. But then in the morning, like that's another transition from dark to light. The sun isn't fully up in the sky, it's just coming on the horizon. So is that maybe the
Exactly.
the mix up?
I
No, I believe
always
so.
I have always looked for the moon in the evening around sunset and in the morning around sunrise or dusk and dawn. And during the first part of the month, you see the moon at sunset at different places in the sky. Maybe it'd be called stations, or I don't know, but at different places in the sky, all the way up through the night when the opposition, when the sun sets while the moon is rising. Now, I am not sure. Years ago, I had a copy of all of these calendars, the calendar scrolls, what they're called, the calendrical scrolls, and I was looking to understand this. Now, I came into the lunar Sabbath way back 2006, and when I started studying, people were saying the Dead Sea Scrolls proves the lunar Sabbath with these calendrical scrolls, and I dug into it. Absolutely does not. However, the description of these priests apparently with the scrolls observing the moon from the full moon down to the end of the month, trying to determine when the next new moon would be. That's what it looked like to me. So I'm not probably the only one that's questioning this thing that's being brought up.
I do not question whether we should be observing the sun or the moon or any of them, but utilizing it for the calendar. I understand what you're saying. When I'm reading this, I don't think, from what I have read, and I don't read just certain books, but the 6-year priestly cycle aligned with a full moon on the day of the equinox, and that was their sign. That was the sign from the heavens of using all the luminaries, that here is the beginning of your 6 years again. And it was a marker for them, not to be used for a calendar, because that's given to us through the solar aspects. But the moon and the stars are also used. And from my understanding, the full moon aligned with the equinox was the beginning of the 6-year cycle. And so that is why they annotated, we'll say, the paths of the sun, because it sounds like they did the full moon and then either the dark or the sliver. I think it's the dark. But even with the full moon or the dark moon, there's like a day and a half to 2 days of each. So it's like telling them apart, right? So when I'm looking at the DSS, I see the solar, absolutely. But I see that everything has a purpose. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
So what we've discovered is this does not happen every 6 years. It's not going to line up like that every 6 years. It does not line up. They're inserting full moon in there to say things. That's all I'm trying to say is these moon phases are not in the priestly cycle. The moon is not used to bring in a year. We are figuring out something else what the moon is used for, which what we were just reading from that PDF. The moon is more for the nighttime and the animals and the nurturing of things and to be a witness. It's not the sign for like a festival. It's not, like I said, the sons of Zadok were not observing moon phases and writing them down. These are inserted by the author. So I can go over the whole thing again, what we just read. I thought I went into pretty good detail. This is what Marissa has also found because she's
Yeah, I
done a
was
lot of
wondering
work.
if Marissa could tell us how it doesn't line up, how the moon phases after 294 years, it won't line up. It just doesn't. They're saying it does, and it doesn't. She's proven it.
Yeah.
You mean lining up in like the fullness? Like it's just not constant?
Yeah, it's not constant and it's got different phases.
And that's lining up with the equinox, you mean?
So that's what Marissa has found. I'm not sure if she can hear or if she wants to present, but she discovered, these cycles are not lining up how they say they do in there. And when we look at the original text of these Mishmarots, moon phases are not in there. That's the whole thing we're talking about. And
I mean, but that would make sense, right? Because the moon, if you're just observing her, she would come in 10 days too late or too soon, right? So if that's every year that she's coming in too late, then she's not going to be constant like she was the year before that, correct?
If you're going by months.
Right,
So if
right.
you're using the moon to track the months, that's how it's going to be 10 days too short because it's different cycles.
Right.
The moon has a cycle, Yah has a cycle, the sun has a cycle. If you're following the moon for months, that's when you're going to be in trouble and be
Right.
10, and which is why the intercalation of a 13th month has to happen. Now we see in the Testament of the Patriarchs, that's not possible.
Right.
We have to go by the sun. So when we're going by the moon, it's not going to work out. And then when we start to use the moon for the priestly cycles and such, which Gina Sparks on her calendar, the way that she does it, it's literally just going based off of one cycle. But it doesn't match any cycles before or after what she's one little small 2019 to 2000 and whatever. It doesn't match up. It
No,
won't
I
go
wouldn't be
along.
following Gina Sparks.
What was that?
I said I wouldn't be following Gina Sparks. Yeah, that's a
Right.
better story.
yeah.
Well, that's what these people are getting this information from, is because
I've never heard of her. I've never heard of her, so I'm definitely not. I'm not getting my information from anybody other than what I'm reading.
Oh, really?
Right. Never heard of her.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
neither
that's
have
what
I.
she believes too. But it's
So
just
I
a myth.
shared, sorry. So I shared a link in the chat where it's explaining that verse right here in the discussion chat. I shared it. But it's a link explaining that verse in 320 is talking about the sun and it's talking about the equinox that's marking day 4. That's where I'm getting my sources from. That's what I'm explaining. Could be there. That's all I'm saying.
Mr.
These
Jeremy,
moon phases, yeah.
To your just your name here, I posted a testament of the 12 tribes by itself and created one into a PDF where it's searchable just for that book of the 12 patriarchs, nothing else added. So if anybody's interested on that, you can post it.
Yeah, I'll forward it, actually.
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm saying is these priestly cycles everyone's going off to, and they're trying to form their calendar around. These moon phases are not actually found in there. Yes, they did have a priestly cycle in the Dead Sea Scrolls. We just don't have the explanation from them as to why, or to what observation they're calling the duqah. And I went over Michael Weiss's own admission that they don't know what dukkha means. Scholars don't know what it means. They're just going with, oh, well, it means sliver moon here and it means full moon there. But what we found is these observations, they don't actually line up to like a 6-year cycle and things like that, because it actually goes in a 6-5, 6-5 type pattern. And even 1 year, it repeats the 6 like twice. So we don't know exactly, like specifically exactly what the moon is used for. We don't know exactly why they were keeping these priestly cycles in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But we do see in the Talmud and the Mishnah, they were keeping their priestly cycles based off moon phases. This is why, Giza Vermes and Michael Weiss, because they studied into the Talmud and the Mishnah, this is why they decided to go off that. And a couple of those articles I also shared in the chat are showing, from their own writings where all this stuff comes from. So what I'm saying and what I'm presenting is the moon phases that they're trying to say these Dead Sea Scrolls intercalated their calendar with, which it doesn't actually talk about. It's coming from Talmudic Babylonian influence information. And the Rockefellers, they're the ones who have control over the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's their authors and their translators that they're using.
Yeah, the Rothschild Museum there in Israel
Yeah.
holds a lot of these on display, and it is sad. And they have a whole team of people that just are there and are preserving these scrolls. It's so sad.
It really is.
So
how would we know if what they're saying is fragmented is really fragmented, or if they're just hiding something in there?
So I wonder if duqah is in the original translations of either Enoch or Jubilees. I wonder if duqah is in any of those, original Hebrew translations.
Yeah.
Because it would have to be, right, for the Zadok priests to use duqah, and then for the Jews now to not understand what that word would be if they completely erased it from their from that term, if they just because they inserted moon or phases or whatnot, it wouldn't be recognized to them especially since they don't recognize Enoch or Jubilees as scripture either.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some missing parts out of Enoch for sure. We do.
Oh yeah, like 80. What was it? Was it 80 or 82?
Yeah,
how it's not complete.
Yeah.
Yep.
And how that would absolutely knock whatever's missing there. It would knock the calendar out of the water because it would prove the day divider day.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't mention 2 seasons, right? Like 2 seasons are missing. Is that
That's
the
right.
same chapter we're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
And we know there's 4 seasons to a year, and 2 of them are missing.
Exactly. And that's where it comes, they had those 3 full copies of the Book of Enoch they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But then, of course, they went missing and got sold on the black market. I believe that was done on
Their own
purpose.
black market. Yeah, their own black market, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I believe that was done on purpose. And that's just what they're telling us. Like, there could have been so many scrolls that had complete scrolls, but they could just be not telling us. That's just something I'm thinking because, I wouldn't put it past them to do that. I can't say 100% that that's what's going on, but it's just, if it's in their possession, that's just the thinking going through my head, It's like, how are we going to trust the synagogue of Hasatan to give us the truth?
Look at what they did. Look at what they did to the regular scriptures and how they just perverted numbering and how they perverted words, kodesh, into meaning moon. I mean, yeah, they perverted everything. It's
Absolutely. Well, yeah, absolutely. I was even talking to Jeremy earlier this week, and they want to say that the Bible is in chronological order, but that's impossible because the book of Job was technically written before Genesis, and we know that there's books that are missing from the Bible as well. And then I can't remember who on here said that the books of Revelation and the books of Daniel had been seriously tampered with too in translation. How if you were to go to the original translation of it, it would basically almost be a different book. I can't remember who said that on here, but I mean, again,
Probably
not
me.
saying who.
Probably me.
Yes, yeah.
Thank
You.
You can read the Hebrew, and you can read the English in Daniel. They are not the same. It's not. It's different. It means something totally different. They've inserted words in there in the English, and when you read it in the Hebrew, it doesn't say what you think it says in English. It does not.
so what's
Daniel's
the
one of the
significant difference?
Huh?
What's the significant differences?
Oh, multiple things, especially chapter 7 and chapter 11. I'd have to get my notes and break that down, but and I don't have that at this point. But
I would love for you to present that next week. That would be great.
Yeah, same.
yeah, it's been bigger. Your English is terrible. It's the worst language ever. I mean, we all speak it. Yeah,
I
we have to
agree.
communicate things in English because we're scattered to do that. But man, the Hebrew is not saying the same thing, especially in Daniel that I've noticed, but in other areas too.
But you also said Revelation too, right?
What's that?
You also said the book of Revelation also, right?
That I don't know.
You don't know. Oh, okay.
That I'm not sure.
Then maybe I heard that from somebody else.
I
But
mean, there's a Hebrew revelation in Hebrew. They found
You
one,
talk.
but
Are you
check it.
referring to the coach in Hebrew Revelation?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That one definitely has some differences in it.
Yeah.
again, I think it's meant because they do not want us to know the time that we're in. I mean, that's explicitly clear.
Sure.
To take Enoch, to take Jubilees, to mess with Daniel, which Daniel is nothing but end times prophecy. Esdras, you name it. All these books are very big key components to understanding where we are.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
And then to insert all of these mistranslations of not only the name but the moon, and I mean it is just a complete reverse 180 in the correct direction that we're supposed to be in. Like Marissa said earlier this morning, we're under the spirit of the feminism. The female energy is trying to rule so badly right now, and it's tearing everything apart.
Yeah, that's right. Did you talk about that and the female energy? I know we spoke about that this morning.
I don't know if Marissa can hear us. Marissa can hear us.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, we did. We talked about that this morning. I mean, it's prevalent in everything.
Listening, guys.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kind of like with the babies and the chaos of my house. So
Sorry, we were just talking about how wonderful you were saying about the feminine energy and everything, and how it's trying to take over.
yes. Did we read that part? That one page? Jeremy, I know you were reading a lot of them.
Yeah, is there a certain one you want me to read?
It was page 372, and the whole page is like this, but it's the one I have is chapter XX, so that's 22, male and female. And so I'll just read this little excerpt I have. Jeremy, if you can pull that page 372 up, because maybe you'll want to continue. But it says, but a companion was created along with him, a female nature, much differing from him, as quality from substance, as the moon from the sun, as fire from light. She, as a female, ruling the present world as her like, was entrusted to be the first prophetess, announcing prophecy with all amongst those born of women. But the other, as the Son of Man, being a male, prophesies better things to the world to come as a male.
So let me get it on screen 1 sec.
And so much information just packed into that.
Yeah, so that whole page, sorry for my child, but that whole page is talking about how the world is ruled by this feminine energy right now. And like what's prophesied to come is for it to go back to the Son of Man, the male energy.
Yeah, and look what they're doing, with the LGBTQ community, men taking estrogen in high doses to become more feminine, and women taking testosterone in higher levels to become more manly. I mean, it's just such a horrible reverse of what of his true order that he made. Again, like in the days of Noah, when they were tampering with everything.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. You're seeing wives beating up on their husbands now.
And a lot of women also going and killing their children. I can't believe how many articles I've read of women turning and killing their children. It's like the that gentleness and motherly nourishment is going away.
Oh yeah, that and the abortion, which is highly,
And the
you know,
abortion.
yeah,
Yep.
highly wanted today.
Fought for. They fight to kill their babies.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
The human heart starts beating after 8 days. But they want to kill their baby, like up until they give birth.
Yeah, third trimester. I think in New York, I do know that some states differentiate. I mean, abortion is still abortion. But in the state of New York, you can have an abortion up until your due date, which is disgusting.
And how many times have medical professionals, they're just assholes, sorry, screwed up on diagnoses. Yeah. I know with me, I lost count. And, how I had to figure everything out on my own of what's going on with my kids and how do I heal them by myself. I lost count. They would kill my kids if I let them.
Mm-hmm.
And so how many times are they wrong? And the babies they say are this, and then like with my own daughter, they were wrong about what she had going on before birth. It was awful. But yet people want to kill the baby to save their own life.
Yeah.
Oh, you with little faith. Oh, you of little faith. Right? Ugh. Those words. Trusting in the sorcerers.
Yep.
Right. That's where we are
Even
today.
witches in white robes.
That's right.
Yeah, this PDF is pretty amazing. It's very interesting. Thank you for sharing it, Brother Lee. Really
Oh,
awesome.
you're welcome.
So is this PDF just a better translation of the Testaments?
It's just it by itself. If you just had the 12 page, you could do a word search. If you're looking for a word or something like that, you want to type in moon or whatever. And if you have Apple or iPad or something like that, it's best to open it in books because then it's searchable.
That's what Marissa was doing when she was looking for the moon stuff. She was searching for. Now I'm just saying for the credit of the Testament of the 12. I know we have very fragmented pieces in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but I got into it. I have to bring up Gina again, unfortunately, but she tries to disprove the Testament of the 12. She's saying it wasn't in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and she doesn't believe in the Testament of the 12 because it proves that Yahuwah is Yahusha in the flesh.
Now, didn't they find? I thought they found the testament of at least fragments of the testament of Levi.
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that?
No, they did.
Okay.
But she
Now
denied it.
the other ones, I honestly don't know.
So how do we have them? Like, how were they preserved? Is my question.
I would only assume that again, going back to the Zadok priesthood, they would have kept those. I mean, because that is basically I don't like saying founding fathers, but pretty much, of the tribes. And so they would have preserved those just like they would have preserved Enoch and Jubilees. Because Enoch is are part of the books, or is the scrolls that Noah preserved from throughout the flood.
Is the documents in the Ethiopic?
Enoch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or no,
yeah.
the Testaments.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
I'm just wondering how all these people were preserving Enoch, Jubilees, Testaments at this point. It's just like, will the real Zadok priests please stand up? Like,
for real.
No doubt they preserved it.
But through the Dead Scrolls, though, it's fragmented. So where is this coming from?
Well, we know it's in there, just like, Jubilees and Enoch and so forth. Here's a little, I just went to the Wikipedia of it, the Testament of the 12. And it talks about, they were written in Hebrew or Greek. They reached their final form in the 2nd century, when we know that's the usurper period and the time of Rabbi Akiva and all that.
So literally the glitch, and I say that term a lot because I'm just kind of quoting Lost History of the Flat Earth. The glitch, though, is quite literally, you start seeing intercalation of the moon and all that other stuff again after the first temple got destroyed and they got taken away by Babylon.
Yeah.
Because sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say that they have some Greek manuscripts. They have some Hebrew ones. They got some of the Levi and such and the Dead Sea Scrolls. How are they preserved? I don't know. It's by Yahuwah. That's it. That's my explanation.
I don't believe that Ethiopia has the Ark of the Covenant, though.
No.
I know they like to claim credit for that, but I just don't think they do.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they have it in their possession.
They could have a copy of it, couldn't they?
Of the Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah, I think that things like that were pretty common for people to make things
I
like
mean,
that.
maybe representations, but they think they have the actual Ark of the Covenant.
Well, if
Oh
they do
yeah.
pull it up, if there is still one on Earth and it wasn't brought up, if they do, it's going to be round. It's not going to be a square Ark of the Covenant.
Round?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's very clear. Even the tabernacle, the Ark of the Covenant's round. It's just like a crown and a crown underneath it. If you really look into it in the Hebrew.
Do you have anything on that we could read or hear on or something?
No, it's just something you just look up in the Hebrew. How it says that word is crown there. But yeah, I think even the ark that Noah's on is round. I think the
Interesting.
You got that little video up of that deal floating in the water, which I think is the laver. But you got that little round device floating in the water. Everything is circular.
Interesting.
It's not a box. Even the priestly garment is round, and when the tribes were written on the priestly garment, it went around them, not like you see with the ephod and the stones and different tribes in there. No, it was around them, just like the everything's circular.
That's interesting. I mean, it would be worth investigating for sure because Saturn worship is worshiping of a box, a black box.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all circular.
But it's all something different. Yeah, I would really like to see that because he talks about the circle of the earth. I think it was 314.org or something was talking about the tabernacle being the way that it was put together, being more of a dome shape and things like that. That would really be something.
Well,
so those of us who
if you kind of do a search on, putting stuff in with Ark of the Covenant, you'll see on top of it a crown of thorns and a crown of gold underneath it.
That's another thing they have not translated into English properly. They just have their own thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. You got a crown of thorns on top and a crown of gold underneath it.
See, these little details that just aren't told to us.
Yep.
They're important.
How did you get that, Lee?
Excuse me?
How did you find that?
It's in the Hebrew.
Oh.
That deal that you brought up there with the tabernacle, I mean, I agree 100%. But when you look at it, you look at above your head. Even that right there, when you look in Exodus and it talks about making the priestly garment and how it's stitched and it had a hole in the top of it, they would put that over the top of their head, and that you couldn't rip your garment. I mean, it was a solid piece, just like the dome's built, but that's also a priestly garment.
Yeah, I heard something about that's like the same thing, Messiah was wearing, and that's why they were fighting over his robes, because it wasn't stitched. It was just one garment.
It was one solid garment. You bet. And that would go over that like the hole in the top of the dome. You just put that right over the top of your head. And even
I'm sorry, like a poncho?
Yep. Kinda.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, the priestly garment. It's all it's all round. Even the tribes went around. You'll see it in there if you really just start looking up some words in the Hebrew. But yeah, it's circular. Everything's circular.
And the only way to remove it would be to take it from off your head.
That's right.
Wow, that's cool.
Yep. Yeah, it wasn't this what we see today. No, it's not. Just like
With
the
the
tallit.
four-cornered talit, or is that what they call it?
Right.
They
That
wear a four-cornered, and they have the tassels, and the priest would be wearing ponchos.
yeah,
What
to
would look
just be like a clock or the calendar. You got north, south, east, and west, but yet it's round.
wow.
So when they had the seats on four corners, it was north, south, east, and west on a round. So,
And the head
Yeah.
and the head being the middle.
yes.
Uh-huh.
With
That's
the ted
interesting.
with the ted on the top. It's just amazing.
And it would make sense why they tried to, hide the fact that these are circular items, because they do worship that cube, like
It's
the
all
sister was saying.
yeah.
Saturday, cubes, all that.
Yeah,
That's
they
why
got
we're
the
not
ones.
supposed to be doing the Saturday.
Really gives a whole new meaning to come out of her, my people.
Seriously.
Because she just literally drank and caused the other nations to drink
Blood.
I mean,
Yeah.
just wow.
They want to put you on a box.
Yeah, do you
Yeah,
think
literally.
they really put these black boxes on their foreheads and I mean, I read really recently the claim that Jesus, and this is the claim, that Jesus had a black box whenever he prayed. He put a black box on his forehead and tied one to his arms. When did that come in?
He didn't do that.
I've never heard that. Wow, that's yeah. I was about to bring up, that they put those black boxes on their head, and it's because of this whole black box Saturn cube worship.
Which is that in the Talmud?
I'm not sure. I forget which sect of Jews do it. There's like a certain sect.
Orthodox.
The Orthodox do.
Yeah, Orthodox.
But they
No,
do that, right? Because it says they put them on their forehead, like frontlets between their eyes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a claim.
So this is all the tefillin, right? The tefillin they call it.
Yep.
what's the difference between Orthodox and what's it, rabbinical Jews? What's the difference?
Ashkenaz.
Ashkenaz, thank you. What? I don't understand the difference.
Well, they have Reformed Jews who are more secular, as it were. The old things don't mean a lot to them. They have the Orthodox, and then they have the the Hasidic Jews, which are the real extreme ones. And they'll all three share a synagogue. Which is really interesting. They just have their meetings at different times, or at least they were doing that out in California when I was there.
They could all get it together, but we can't.
Right, and my husband told me, and I didn't even know this. They own porn sites. They're in, they're in pharmakia very heavily. They are in, most of the CEOs and head ups are in BlackRock. I mean, they're almost all Jew. And and then I also didn't know this, but my husband, he used to work for he used to be a loan officer, and you cannot give Jews you can't give them interest. You can't charge them interest. But we can get charged interest. They can charge us interest, but we can't charge them interest.
So who's running the banks?
I'm sorry?
So who is running the banks?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then they're infiltrated in everything. I mean, I didn't even know. Again, I didn't even know that they owned porn sites. I mean, that is crazy because
one of the
If you've
largest
read the
porn
Talmud, you know
networks.
they don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, exactly. They don't
I don't
have a
want to read the
problem with.
Talmud.
Yeah,
This is why it's so
they
easy
don't.
for us.
Yeah, that's why they don't have a problem with a lot of things. Is what the Talmud says.
Mm,
Some pretty disgusting things.
right. This is why it's so easy for us to see the difference between who the Yehuda or Yasharel is compared to the Jews are today. This is why I don't understand why Eddie Chumney still believes that the Jews over there is the original Jews.
So who is he?
Yeah,
But it's so easy for us to see it because we see what's going on. We're kind of primed
We see the wrath
already.
of her fornication.
We see the wrath. We
Yeah.
see them drinking the blood. We see them eating the flesh of children and prostituting them. And we see their fornication.
But aren't they under a spell? I mean, doesn't Revelation say about the whole world wandered after the beast and the woman sitting on the beast and all that? And didn't he say, Old and New Testament, these principles that he would send a strong delusion that those who didn't love the truth would fall for this kind of stuff?
yeah. I think
Well,
it has to do.
we know it.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, that has to do with, they put Messiah's death on not only them, but their children and their children's children. That could be a reason for it as well.
Yeah, again, I think of the oath that the Watchers made together, right? Like they were like, let us all bind each other to this oath, lest we, so we don't get away from this thing. I mean, it's powerful when you're like, yeah, let it be on us and our children. It's that evil oath that they made. And when you make an oath, Yah's like, all right, yeah. I mean, it could be a good oath or a bad one, but they were speaking a curse basically upon themselves.
Yep.
Well, now you have to be careful of what you say about those who say they are, because it was passed that you cannot say anything bad about them, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is now in the statutes. So they have been put above everybody else in this nation. Their rights supersede everybody else's.
Yeah. They even have this.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I understand that essentially the New Testament has been put on because Jesus talked badly to the Pharisees, criticized the Jews, as it were. And that's actually written in the law somewhere. I don't have a law. Maybe somebody else has come across it that can give a reference.
Are you talking about what it says in the Talmud about him?
Oh, no, I'm talking about that it looks like it's been put into law that it's anti-Semitism to say anything bad about the Jews. Therefore, we have to throw out the New Testament of the
exactly.
Bible. Oh, yeah. Because they call it idolatry and so forth. And, yeah, it goes with those, what are they called? Noahide laws and so forth.
Yeah, and those are already in effect. So
Yeah.
we can look for that stuff to start happening. And I think a lot of these things are going to come on so quickly, people are not going to be ready for it or understand what they're seeing. Oh, we must support them. Oh, we must support them. Like, who is the nation of Israel? That's what people don't recognize.
It's not Ashkenaz. Yeah, and that's the whole thing too. That's what we went over a few discussions ago. About how they don't allow DNA tests to be done because they don't want the majority of people knowing who they truly are. They're from Japheth. They're not from Shem. So to be anti-Shemitic, you have to be from Shem. They're actually from Japheth, so it would be anti-Japhetic in reality, because they're from Japheth. They're not even from Shem. And that's found in Genesis 10, verse 3 or 4.
Their yearbook tells that. They tell you where they come from in the International Jewish whatever it's called.
Yeah. They admit to it. But then they twist it up in some kind of way. I forget the explanation for it. I watched a couple series about it, but they basically explain it all away, and then they make it seem like they're actually from Shem, and they're the true they're true Israel. They're the chosen people. When they're actually they're Edomites. They're mixed with Nephilim blood, and they're from Japheth. So everything they do is literally against the written word. It goes against Torah, especially with their laws that say it's okay to be a pedophile and so forth, things like that. And it talks about it's okay to rob and steal and cheat others. That's not what Torah says at all. Torah says don't do any of those things, even to strangers.
Yeah, they say it's okay and acceptable to lie and cheat and steal Gentiles.
Right. They even think it's okay to that if they feed us pork, that it's okay. And we know that if we're supposed to be a light to the nations, we are to literally be that light, be the example setter.
Exactly. Yeah, and I have to say, when my husband and I first came to truth and we started emptying our cabinets and our freezers and everything, we were really torn on should we just throw it away or give it away. And the only reason we didn't just throw it away was because it said that it was allowed, they could sell damaged meat that they weren't allowed to eat to the people, to the Gentiles, because it was acceptable for them to eat it. But now it's like, wrong. I don't even, now I'm like, I don't even do that. And I don't even feed it to my dogs, so yeah. I feel bad that we did that now. And now we've, going through more things and found more canned goods that have pork in it. And it's like, I think we just need to throw it away.
Yeah.
Right. Like you can't control what other people decide to put on their body. But, like when I had stopped cooking pork, I refused to even have it touch my pans. I threw out all my old ones, bought all new ones, and told my husband, I can't control what you eat, but me and the children, I will not be making this in my home. If you decide to go out and buy it, that's on you. But I personally will not make it for you. I will not, that's not the example that we're supposed to set. And, just for him to come out of that and not even eat it anymore too. And then encourage his coworkers to not eat it because it makes you sick and fills you with parasites.
Yeah, I wish my sisters would get that. I have 4 older sisters. One is a very faithful witness. However, she doesn't see yet. And I'm praying she does, but Yeah, she's a servant. My goodness, is she a servant? But she doesn't see the whole truth yet. And I have one sister that fed me pork even knowing I don't eat it, and I couldn't tell what it was. So we don't trust eating there anymore. We bring our own food.
Yeah. And that's just like a little disrespectful too, is like if they know you don't eat pork, but then they're gonna, sneak it in there.
And then sit there and laugh and make jokes about it when they tell you that is what's in there. Oh, I thought you didn't eat pork. I'm like, I don't. Oh, you didn't know that was pork? Tastes good, don't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
that took. I mean, I forgive her for it, but I don't forget it. That's like, and now she doesn't do that anymore. And now she's even been asking questions about my new faith, quote, quote. But still, they don't see anything wrong with it. And they share recipes for shrimp, this and that. And I'm like, can y'all just like do your own group for all, for all your
Yeah.
abominations, and just say hi to me once in a while.
Right, and that's what truly loving your neighbor is. It's warning them and telling them about the harmful stuff that, is going on. It's not encouraging them to do that because it's not something you would do. But it's saving them, because especially what we put in our bodies. And people just take offense to it, but it's, when it comes down, when you really do look at the science, I mean, there's a lot of neurosurgeons that are like, don't eat pork. There's a lot of dangerous parasites that literally go to your brain. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's known that pork is not very good for you at all. They don't have sweat glands. If you see some videos where they're butchering pork, they have pus pockets bigger than like my thigh. And when they cut it open, it just like it'll explode everywhere. It's disgusting. All they do is rinse it off and then throw it in the package and sell it. It's
Oh,
really
that's
gross.
so gross. Oh
That
my
is
God.
disgusting.
Ugh.
And see, my sisters, I don't get it. They know about the parasites. They know about what not to let be injected into them. At least a couple of them do. And they know, oh, we got to get these parasites out of our bodies, and they're looking into cleanses and all. And I'm like, what is the point of cleansing if you're not going to stop putting them into your body?
Yeah, exactly.
You're just feeding the monster. You're not
Yeah,
stopping the cycle if you keep eating the same foods. I don't get it. I
true.
don't get how they don't put two and two together.
Yeah, it's
That's what I
really
mean by they
frustrating.
don't
It's
see it.
sad. Yeah. All we can do is pray for them sometimes.
Yeah, I had a friend years ago who was really highly intelligent, and he said that there is with pork, the moment you put it on your tongue, your brain waves flatten out. He said that if these people who are highly intelligent didn't eat pork, they'd take over the world.
Wow, interesting. I wouldn't doubt it.
Is it the way that that's interesting, because I wonder if it has anything to do with the way that they, so correct me if I'm wrong, but porks only have one stomach, right? Like they're actually kind of close to us, which is why they were able to
Yeah,
transplant a pig heart into an actual human, which that alone was just disgusting. But
yeah.
but just like them, like our digestive system and stomach are pretty much the same. Now I'm not calling us pigs or nothing, but I'm just saying
Humans from now on is long pig.
well, yeah. But
Because
I
they were
wonder.
eating them, and they tasted like pig.
Gross.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about it, makes me sick.
Oh, question for you guys. Now you did a lot of studying and stuff on what's clean and unclean, you know, and of course we still learn things later, right? We all have to be ready to learn. Well, here lately, I've been really led to get away from meats, period. But something I'm like, well, if we just eat the clean meats, you know, and all that. And I'm like, okay, so what's actually clean? I raise chickens. I cull my own chickens. I raise eggs, beef, you know, ducks, everything that's supposedly be clean. But here lately, I've really been looking at my chickens and I'm like, and my husband and I have been asking each other for like 3 years, how can chickens and ducks be clean? Because they eat rats, they eat all kinds of things, they eat each other. So they're cannibals. So how can chicken, turkey, ducks be a clean animal? And you can't say it's because of the crop, because that's not the same. And I'm sure y'all probably know who it is. Nick Vanderlyn. He also does a solar calendar and stuff.
Yeah.
He just yesterday, I think it was, or within the last couple of days, put out a video about the chickens. And I tell you what, if you don't want to be turned off chicken, don't watch it. Because like you're talking about the pig right now, oh my goodness. It's just like I couldn't even eat any, like earlier today on a sandwich or something. I'm getting more and more away from meat because you can't trust our meats for one thing, unless you're the one raising it. And I don't know that we're supposed to eat meat. Just
funny. I'm moving more towards. That's funny. I'm moving more towards meat. I'm getting away from plants because plants contain so many plant toxins, and many of the plants that they call superfoods today, like kale, were never meant to be eaten, and they shouldn't be eaten raw. Plants should be cooked to help neutralize some of those plant toxins. That when I was in practice for years, and it seemed like the vegetarians had more arthritis. I could never figure out why until I learned about the plant toxins causing oxalate crystals in the joints. But
well,
you're
I
right
definitely
about
don't need any more of that.
no. Since I've gone less and less plant, more and more meat, my joints are feeling a lot better. But of course, it has to be clean meat. I've seen those videos about chicken. They've been going around, and don't know what to think about it. It's possible chickens are just a different type of chicken than they were years ago, which most everything is. But it's getting to the point where our choices are becoming less and less.
Yeah,
Everything is being polluted.
definitely.
I eat a lot
Even if
more
you go
than
ahead.
I do the chickens because the eggs are so nutritious. But I've never raised. Well, actually, on the farm we raised chickens, but I really didn't pay much attention.
Who is the health person here?
Katrina, actually.
Katrina, what is acacia powder good for?
I'm sorry. What was?
What is acacia powder good for?
You're breaking up a little. I still couldn't hear.
What is the acacia powder for?
Acacia powder.
From the acacia tree.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Okay. I've got some acacia powder here that I've had for a while. I can't remember who got it or who I got it from. I didn't know if you knew what it was good for.
Well, it says it's tasteless, and there's many ways you could use it in smoothies, soups, sauces, dressings. You could do it in capsules, but the benefits are digestive health. So it's a fiber that can help you with digestion, constipation, and diarrhea. It could reduce inflammation and support the growth of healthy gut bacteria. In weight management, because of the fiber, it will make you be feeling more full, reduce calorie intake, and so that leads to weight loss. It's good for cardio, metabolic health, improving fasting glucose levels and reduced cholesterol levels. skin health, dental health, liver health, and gut dysbiosis. So that's good to know.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
And moringa is good also.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I just got moringa pills. I have the tincture that I've been using too.
Yeah. So back to the meat thing. The meats were made. There was clean meats made for a reason. I do agree. We should probably be getting it from a trusted place, or raising and growing our own. About the chickens, I've heard it all before as well. And when you actually look up what chickens and turkeys are related to, they're related to quails. And Yahuwah fed quail to the Israelites. So clearly,
But
quail is clean.
isn't the turkey also related to the vulture?
I'm not sure. I
And
know
I
it's
guess
related to the quail.
I was like, for some reason, I keep being drawn back to the vegetarianism. And, a lot of that comes from studying the Ebionites and early Hebrew Christianity, so to say, and what they did back then. And even I put a book on the general description, and even in there, they talk about the Messiah and his family and all not eating flesh or blood. So there's just a lot of things that I've been seeing lately and I just here lately, every time I eat meat, it doesn't matter what it is. I have to force myself to eat it.
That's the thing too, and it goes along with what Sister Sarah was saying as well. If you're going to eat only vegetables, you're going to have to take supplements to provide what you're not getting from the plants, because meat actually has important minerals and vitamins and fatty acids and so far that we need. And as far as Yahuwah and them not eating meat, well, actually he does, because the sacrifices and the burnt offerings, it's sweet, savory smell to him. And not only that, when Abraham met the three angels, they ate meat. The angels ate meat.
Yeah, and let's not forget that, Yahusha also gave the multitude of people loaves and fishes. So fish is considered like a meat too.
Yeah.
About that, there are some scholars that say that the ancient writings of those stories didn't have fish in it, that fish was put in there by the Jews and the Romans. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what they're saying. And they didn't eat meat in the garden.
I'm pretty sure the Cochin Hebrew has fish in there as well.
Yeah, the garden was when they were in the garden, that wasn't even most likely in this realm. When they left the garden, they ate a completely different diet. And keep in mind, on a plant diet, you don't get healthy fats, and healthy fats are absolutely necessary for brain health, cardio health, very important for digestion and gut. They've only been emphasizing fiber since they've encouraged people to go more vegan, because people get so constipated that it's on a diet where you're eating meat and healthy fat. The fiber is not necessary, and digestion works so much better.
Well, can't you get a lot of the fats that you need from the nuts and like avocados? And I'm not talking about going completely vegan. I'm talking vegetarian, where they did drink, milk and stuff like that. Milk, cheese. I mean, and then even it says when he's talking about taking the eggs, you don't take the mother, you take the eggs out from under the mother so that she can produce more. So to me, that signifies that eggs is okay. But it's like, if the bird's not okay, how is the eggs okay?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Well, the
it
egg,
just goes along. So
the egg.
when I studied it out, I studied the history and like chickens, what they're related to. Chickens, they're literally related to quails. You know, they look like big quails, basically. They even have the same kind of,
Yeah, they taste
at
similar
least the ones
too.
here in Arizona, they look kind of similar.
Yeah.
But they have all those, floppy things on their head, the excess skin and so forth. And, we see quail was fed to the Israelites. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
and if I may, I agree that when everything is renewed and sin is eradicated, there will be no more killing. I do believe we will not be eating meat anymore. But that's when the earth is going to be completely and totally transformed. Before the flood happened, there was a difference in the air, a difference in the minerals that were in the earth, and the flood destroyed most of those. And for whatever reason, the animals and the way that they break down grass and stuff like that, we're not able to break it down like that. So then when we eat them, because it's already broken down, our bodies then absorb what they broke down, if that makes sense. I don't understand a lot of the scientific terms or wordage to use for it, but basically we are so far from original creation that, that's why we die quicker too. Like, we don't have the same air that we used to have before the flood. We don't have the same food and the same minerals within our soil either. So we're getting like
Right.
a half of that nutrition, but the animals are able to break it down better than we can. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, and the
I have a
fat in
question about.
animals is a far superior fat than what you get like in nuts. I love nuts, but nuts are real high in those plant toxins, and I've had to completely go off nuts altogether just because of the problems it causes in the joints. It does make a difference, but there's some nuts that are worse than others, some that are better. Um,
Well,
you know,
see,
you
I'm
just
like a
have to.
squirrel because I eat trail mix all the time.
Yeah,
I
I
eat raw
used
nuts
to.
all the time.
Yeah, I used to, but I don't anymore. But I had an interesting occurrence this week. I used to hunt and dress out my own. We used to butcher our own meat. I don't live in Colorado in the mountains anymore, so I really don't do that. And I usually buy local, but meat has gotten so expensive that I buy larger cuts now, like 15 to 20 pound cuts, and cut it up myself. But this week I went to Costco, and I bought a big prime rib cut. They call them primal cuts. They're big, like 15 to 20 pounds, because it's about half the cost if you cut out your own. I thought I could do that. Um, so I was at Costco and I saw them, so I grabbed one while I was at Costco instead of getting it from a local farmer, which is what I like to do. Well, I cut this big primal cut up, and then you cut off all the scraps of fat, and sometimes I'll render the fat into tallow or um, grind it up with some less expensive meat or ground beef. Well, when I was grinding it all up, it was the strangest thing. The fat was sticky and gooey and rubbery, and I've never experienced that before. I mean, fat is always, slimy and stuff, but the texture was just different from anything I'd experienced before. It kept clogging up the meat grinder, and it was just the weirdest, strangest fat. And the thought kept going through my mind, what is up with this meat? Is this a big chunk of manufactured meat? Usually the meat that they make in the labs, are smaller pieces, and you get them like, at Walmart, places like that. But I never would have suspected that this large primal cut could be fake meat. I hope it wasn't, but maybe it was. But one thing I did notice is while I was grinding everything up, it was different. I had never experienced that before, and that really gives me the creeps.
Well, it's
So I,
also what they're putting in the vaccinations for the cows.
That's a good point too. And it's a really good
Even their
reason to
worm
buy
eggs and
from
stuff.
local farmers.
I've been noticing that about chicken that I have out to eat. It just tastes so rubbery. It's not even real.
Yeah, it has been changing texture. It's much safer if you buy the whole chicken because you're more likely to get a real one. And on the package, it's interesting if you'll notice on the packages, on some you can see the wording. It says hatched, hatched on farm, hatched in America. Something about being hatched, that means it's actually real. If it doesn't have the words hatched on it, and I'm talking chicken, not eggs, chicken, um, then it's suspect. And we don't know how long they've actually been doing this. It's only been in the news for the past year, the biologically manufactured lab meat. But by the time we hear about something, they've most likely been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
So, yeah, support your local ranchers and farmers. You're more likely to get something healthier and real. I mean, before a year or two ago, did we ever imagine that even meat could be fake?
Yeah, I know, right?
I
Yeah.
have a question concerning the quail.
Yeah.
Why were they saying, oh, we had the meat pot and all that back in Egypt, we had so much meat and everything. Why were they asking and begging for meat when they had all the cattle and goats and sheep with them? They had food there. Why were they
They kept getting
mad?
fed manna. They were tired of having manna.
Yeah.
But they had meat there. Why not just use it?
I don't. I mean, I don't understand.
Because for like
They
a
were
day and a
prob
half, they had quail for 30 days. It was coming out their ears and all, he said.
they
Yeah.
probably
But yet
were
they had,
I wonder if they were desiring the delicacies in Egypt because in Egypt, a more civilized society than living in the desert, they probably had a lot more delicacies, ways to make baked goods and who knows what else.
Spices to add with
yeah,
it.
but they were talking about the meat pot specifically. So if they were
I
talking about the meat pots and they were talking about wanting meat, and all we've had is this manna, well, if they wanted meat, they had it on the hoof right there. So why send in quail from,
Maybe,
maybe they were craving seafood or fish.
or maybe the food that, or maybe the livestock that they did have, maybe that was only for the my word.
Sacrificing?
Thank you, sacrifices, because remember they were traveling through the wilderness for 40 years, and
but they weren't keeping all those sacrifices for 40 years. Many of those didn't come into effect until they got into the land. So they weren't needing millions of head of animals following them around.
They were
So were the cattle?
sacrificing in the desert. They were definitely sacrificing in the desert.
yeah, they were, because that's why you have the moving tabernacle. They did have sacrifices in the wilderness.
Okay, I need some scripture on that because I know they did Passover. That's obvious because they did it the first year there after they were out. But then, like Shavuot and all the rest of those, and the feast of when they did the count and all of that, wasn't until after they got into the land. So they may have been doing the ones just for, I don't know, because it
So
just does. If
yeah,
they
I
were
get
for food, then they
yeah,
were
I
for
get what you're
food.
saying, but you have to remember that on Sabbath they also did morning and evening sacrifices too. So you do have, you do at least have your weekly sacrifice as well.
Right. I understand. I could see that. But it's like the big ones where there's a lamb for every family and all of that, that wasn't all the time. So if they were hungering for meat and they had meat there, they could only eat the clean, they had animals to eat. If they were allowed to eat meat, then why weren't they eating it? Why didn't
Yeah,
they
that
eat from
never
what they
made a
had
whole lot
brought with
of sense
them?
to me either.
Well, we weren't there. We don't know what was going on.
It's just one of those curious things. It's like they had all that with them. Why would
Yeah.
It's right there. Why, why send in quail if, well, here, you can have this many to feed your people with, or something like that. But all those head of cattle and everything, and they weren't allowed to eat them. I mean, even if they were just for sacrifices, evidently they weren't allowed to eat them if he sent quail. Or either we're missing text up in that.
I mean, that's definitely something to look into again. Yeah, for sure.
That's
It's
definitely a good question.
it's a weird one.
I've always wondered that.
I've never thought about it.
Me too. I was raised vegetarian, and I was told that the children of Israel didn't eat meat in the wilderness.
Well,
So,
think about how many people there was. There was how many million people, and they only had so many cattle, so they probably, if they went through their cattle, they could have used them up the first month, and they had years to go. So that's probably why the Father provided them food.
Yeah, the angels' food, the manna. Yeah, I don't know.
Very good question.
well, maybe they drank milk.
Yeah. Yeah, they talk about milk and honey a lot. So
And who knows? Maybe they carried chickens around with them, had eggs.
yeah. Or if you don't want
Yeah,
chicken, raise some quail.
right. Now, I will say, again with fish, we know that only fish with scales are clean for us to eat, and
And fins.
fish do eat other fish also.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's
I mean, again,
interesting. One Hebrew man that I talked to on the phone years ago told me that he went through and he found out, he looked at all the Hebrew words, and the only thing he could make out of that was that you could eat seaweeds and stuff. So that I thought was interesting.
But again, in Leviticus, it goes through what's clean and what's unclean.
Yeah.
Right.
And
And he
seaweed
said,
isn't really mentioned. It's talking about stuff that's, that, I don't know,
he
that's
was saying
alive.
that
I
the
mean,
words, he was saying that the words indicated this other thing. And I didn't know enough about Hebrew I still don't know enough about Hebrew to verify
Well,
that one way or the other.
there's been a real push to get away from meat. As we've seen, they are constantly killing animals and wanting us to eat bugs and stuff. And there's a scripture, maybe with all the people in this group, we can find it. There's a scripture that talked about vegetarianism being pushed, and it wasn't in a good way.
Paul was talking about it at one point, and he was saying that
yes.
those who do not have faith don't eat, but they were and he was referring to vegetarianism, but he also said, hey, if it makes my brother stumble, I'm going to eat meat again. And so it's a matter of, because some people also believe that the Messiah's sacrifice and resurrection, that his blood made those offerings null and void. There's no longer need for the covering for sin, and that the animal sacrifices was done away with that. And some people say, oh, well, look, Paul and them was doing it to do the Nazarene vow. And like, does it say that he actually did it? Does it? Sorry.
Well, we know there's been a lot of kooky stuff taught. So just be careful what you learn and what you listen to. But if you feel better eating a vegetarian diet, go for it. But it's not the healthiest.
I don't know. I just, something about it. It's just it's been going on for probably 3 months now, to where it just longer actually on learning about the Ebionites and stuff. But it's starting to make a lot of sense to me. And I'm not saying it's correct, but I don't know. And I've always been a carnivore, you know, I'd tear up a steak, you know, but
Well, if you go more vegetarian and you notice more joint problems, consider that could be the source. If you're going more vegetarian and eating nuts and such, that could be a source. Just consider that in the future.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also kidney issues, like kidney stones.
Yeah, I think we need a good balance of both, honestly. And then there's also a verse in Romans 14, verse 2, and it's Paul, he's saying, "For one person has faith to eat all things, while another who is weak eats only vegetables."
Yeah, but he was talking about
So,
meat sacrificed to idols in that section.
so the one who eats everything must not belittle the one who does not. The one who does not eat everything must not judge the one who does.
All right.
So,
Because right there, he was talking about meat sacrificed to idols, because he was also talking about, you know, what is an idol? That's where a lot of people think, you know, well, you can eat anything, when he was specifically talking about meat sacrificed to idols.
well, I believe that's a different section, actually, where he's talking about the meat sacrificed to idols, because this is right at the beginning of Romans 14.
Okay. I could have them
And
mixed up.
yeah, I'm not seeing the meat to idols section in here. I was just looking for it. I think that's a different section where he's talking about it. But yeah, I mean, if you want to just eat only vegetables and so forth, you know, go right ahead. If you want to eat only meat, go right ahead. It's I don't think it's something we should judge about, but there are, you know, pros and cons to it all. I
Hush.
do know, you know, the New World Order diet they're trying to push is like basically bugs and plants. That's what they want us all eating.
If we eat it all.
Yeah, exactly.
It's either starve or eat what we give you. Because they're already pushing to make gardening and stuff like that illegal.
Yeah, they are. They're even trying to push, you know, making having even chickens to be something you need a permit for and things like that. It's interesting stuff. And Brother Lee shared some verses in First Corinthians 8:10. For if anyone sees you who have knowledge eating in an idol's place, shall not his conscience, if he is weak, be built up to eat food offered to idols? So this weak brother for whom Messiah died shall perish through your knowledge. Yeah, I think that's the one he's talking about, the food sacrificed to idols. But yeah, it's wherever you feel led, you know, go ahead. But I truly believe, you know, we need a good mixture of both. Because I've seen, you know, there's too many, you know, these vegans or so forth like that, and they need to take supplements to maintain being healthy, you know.
What do we do about Messiah when the prodigal son comes back and he told him to kill the fatted calf and have a meal?
Yeah, that one too.
Yeah.
And there's even some people that go around that they try to say, you know, eating meat is now a sin. And it's like, I'm definitely against that doctrine because, you know, that's adding to his word, first of all. Nowhere does he say eating meat is a sin. But there's certain animals we are allowed to eat, and there's certain animals we're not. Like, we're not supposed to be eating pig, things like that. We're not supposed to eat shellfish or, eagles and hawks and stuff. Like, predators, basically. We're not supposed to be eating the predators or the scavenger. Everything else, like cattle and sheep and goats and the whole mess. We're allowed to eat it because they're processing these grasses and things that normally other animals cannot process. So they're getting all the nutrients and minerals out of these plants, and that's going into their meats. That's how when we eat their meat, we're getting basically what they eat too, like cows and oxes and so forth. And the fact they have more than one stomach, goats and sheep, rams, cows, they all have more than one stomach.
Shoot, could.
Yeah.
This is making me hungry. I think I'm going to
I
go cook a
have
steak.
one more question, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
With lots of butter and tallow on it.
We have plenty of them.
And we've already been talking for 3.5 hours.
Okay, well, speaking of that, how do y'all keep Sabbath? Some people keep it the full 24. Some people keep it from sunrise to sunset. Some people say you shouldn't cook on it. What's y'all's opinions on that? Could y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
So in Jubilees, it says it's perfectly okay to cook on the Sabbath. Let me find the verse, actually.
On Thursday and Friday, I usually make enough for the weekend because I don't want to cook on the weekend, but I certainly do warm it up.
Yeah. Because, that's the thing. Back in the day, they didn't have refrigerators, things like that. So it would cook it. You can prepare it like the animals and so forth, but as soon as you cook it, that's when, things start going bad. They didn't have a refrigerator.
Here's an interesting put together. I've thought about it, but I keep mine from sunup to sunup. But what if Father wanted everybody to keep the Shabbat on the same day? Okay, in the southern hemisphere on the other side of the equator, you got darkness over there, and then you've got light here. So how would the whole world do it according to the pattern that they're doing in the heavenlies in a 24-hour period? I always wondered if, they're doing it for 12 hours and we're doing it for 12 hours. But I still do mine for 24 hours. But if they did it, it's going to be light over there when it's dark here within that 24-hour period. Has anybody ever thought about
But would it be within the same?
Yeah, we'd still be within the same day as a 24-hour period.
That's a good point. So for 24 hours, the whole world is going to be observing Shabbat.
All right. So if they did it from sunup, just something to think about.
Yeah, it was the Jews who changed it to sundown to sundown. That's another Jew thing. The fake apostate Jews. They pretty much have, gosh, everything they do is in opposition to the Father's ways.
Sure.
Yeah, I just meant a 24-hour from sunup to sunup, or just from sunup to sundown.
Well, I
Yeah.
do mine from sun up to sun up, but I'm just thinking about the other people in the southern hemisphere.
Well, I do mine from sun up to sundown. I do see that the divider of evening and morning, all those kinds of things, they separate the day from the nights. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah,
and so the daylight portion is what I kind of see as this Shabbat.
Yeah.
he
And
did say
then,
the Sabbath day, didn't he?
If we think about
yeah,
it, they'd worked during the day and rested at night traditionally all week long. The daylight
Right.
was for work, and they didn't work at night because they didn't have electricity or lights. And so nighttime was for rest anyway.
Right.
So every day, the other 6 days were from work, but the seventh day, that was one day they didn't work. So the sunrise to sundown makes sense, but at sundown, you're supposed to be resting anyway.
Right.
I kind of think of like the night watch, when I used to think of like a 24-hour period for honoring Sabbath. Were those people breaking Sabbath by being on the wall at night? And then, when I did come to the conclusion of, oh, it's from sunrise to sunset, then those people that were, standing watch on the wall, they weren't breaking it because that time was already over.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
So here's if you're to plant according to where you're at. Let's say you're in Australia. I've got some cousins in Australia, but like on a feast day, do you know when it's not always, but when it is a beeve one here, it's trumpets there, because when it's summer here or spring here, it's summer or winter there.
It's like a mirroring of honoring a feast, just a different one at the same time, though. That's cool.
Yeah. Has anybody ever thought about doing that and doing it pretty much? I mean, they're going to have to plant according to their season, and their seasons aren't the same as ours.
Yeah.
But they're keeping the fall feast while we're keeping the spring feast.
And I think that's why he made them like bookends. You have Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is a total of 8 days. And then you have Sukkot with the 8th great day. It's like bookends. Now, something
Yeah.
my husband and I was reading today was talking about Shavuot. So I won't go into the hows and whys, but when you're reading about Abraham and Noah, they kept it for a week. So why don't it's a feast of weeks, not a feast of one day after weeks.
Yeah, but in order for them to wave their barley, they're going to have to plant within their season to wave their barley unto Yah. So they can't do it when we do it here, is my point. It's something to look into. I put a couple of things together, but I'm just not sure on it yet.
Yeah,
but it makes sense.
I think Brother Jacob brought that up a while ago because, they do experience the opposite, in the South. So what, maybe they should be doing the opposite because of what they're seeing?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they couldn't wave their barley. Barley's planted in the winter.
Yeah.
Takes 91 days to come to a beef one. So, I mean, they couldn't wave their barley sheaf offering unto him, trying to do it when we're doing it. They wouldn't have a harvest.
Well, is their spring equinox opposite hours?
They're going to have fall while we have spring.
Yeah.
Right. So their spring equinox would be opposite of ours.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct.
So our fall equinox would actually be their spring.
That's right.
So, all right. So we're supposed to cite the equinox from Jerusalem. So a couple people asked, well, if they're in that hemisphere, would they be doing the feast according to
I think
the...
you don't have to do it like that. I think you do it wherever your location is at.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, especially since he scattered us.
Yep,
And because Messiah said there will come a day where you won't have to go to Jerusalem.
that's right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What were you going to
But
say?
I do believe Jerusalem was the center of the Haaretz in the beginning. And because I look at things like it was all one Pangea, for lack of a better explanation. But I think, definitely things changed. And at that time, we were probably all on the same season, and so the feast and everything were at the same time, and that's how everybody could be at the same time in their harvest and everything.
Well, I would kind of disagree because, Enoch himself is even describing 7 different islands or continents. What I think is going on is because even when what we read today, talking about how where the sun is, it's going to be according to the season. I think there's always been 2 different seasons, and we got to also remember, the Bible is written to Israel, who was in the nation of Israel at the time, or going on their way to there.
Right, and
They were
remember
in the
that
Middle East anyway, in the northern hemisphere. About what? I'm trying to remember what the longitude was there. It's about the same as it is here around Arkansas and so on, Florida and Georgia.
And then if you look at Shem's portion of land did include Israel.
Well, that's real interesting. But I thought he was given Canaan, and that Canaan, that Shem was given that area, and that Canaan had taken it and had been warned. I mean, this is extra biblical stuff I read, and that he had been warned by his brethren not to. So I'm not sure about that.
So Canaan is still in part of Shem's territory, but so is Israel. So Shem, or Canaan's Ham's portion, which then was given to Canaan, obviously, and all of his sons, included Africa. I don't have it with me, but I do know that Shem's portion was also Canaan too. Canaan, Israel, and I forget, but it's like closer to the and then Japheth's territory, I think, was like North America, and I don't have it in front of me, but I think Jeremy had put it up a couple weeks ago on like the territories and everything.
From the God culture,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, you're right. Ham did come in and take Canaan, which wasn't supposed to happen. He went outside his portion.
Yeah, exactly, and which is why Canaan, they all had to be killed, all the ites, the Canaanites, the Hivites, because they're all from
Perizzites,
yeah.
Well, I thought they all like interbreeded with Nephilims and stuff.
Well, that
and that too. that too.
What about where it talks about that he would send the hornets in, and they would send them out year by year as they got stronger, so the beasts of the field wouldn't overrun them or whatever, if they just anyway, that I thought that was a really interesting promise. Like, he didn't necessarily want them to pick up swords and go kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, I mean, they cursed themselves because they were warned, don't take land that isn't yours, or you're gonna be cursed and you're gonna die. And Canaan took that by taking where the land of Israel is. They basically took it over. They weren't supposed to be there. That's the land that was promised to Abraham and his seed.
Right,
But
because it was part of Shem's offspring, but Canaan, they hadn't settled there yet in Canaan, so the father gave them to go to that area because Canaan had already taken it or something like that.
yeah.
Wasn't there something about Japheth would be in Israel's or in Shem's house for a while? Wasn't there something like that also? And if that's the case,
Yep.
that would explain the Ashkenaz right now.
I always thought that was talking about Ishmael. I thought Ishmael and I thought that was, maybe I'm getting that confused.
Yeah, I don't think that that was Japheth. Closest. I mean, we don't know who the Egyptians had enslaved down there as concubines, or whoever the Egyptian king or pharaoh had married, that the princess was given to Sarah as a maid. We
Hagar.
don't really know. Yeah, we don't really know what her background was one way or another. So that would be Ishmael's, and I don't know. I don't think that Abraham would have accepted something that Yah says not to do.
Well, in Genesis 9, it says, "May the Father enlarge Japheth's territory and numbers. May he live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be his slave." So if the Ashkenaz are from Japheth's territory, then they're definitely living in the tents of Shem right now.
Yeah, I think they're doing more than living in the tents of Shem.
Yes, indeed.
Fornicating in the tents of Shem.
Yeah.
So is this encrypted?
It should be. We might get accused of, being anti-Semitic. But there's actually
Well, we're speaking truth, so we're not speaking any falsehoods about them.
Yeah, it's
They don't care about that.
I know, but that's what I'll stand on.
Right. There's actually a really good documentary on Rumble. It's called what is it? The Testament of a Nothing Burger. And I believe I have it shared in one of the chats. But it's about 3 or 4 hours long, but it goes into a lot of detail about who they really are, where they came from, how they reworded scriptures to make it seem like they're the good guys. A whole lot of things. It's very interesting. And it's The Testament of a Nothing Burger is what it's called. But it really goes into a lot of detail about the synagogue of Hasatan and who they are, the Jews who claim they're Jews but are not. We all know who I'm talking about. And it goes along with, our discussion a few weeks ago, when I was showing that video of, their people in their own testimony showing how, they looked into their bloodlines and they did the DNA test because, they're living outside of Israel, so they can get it done and it's not illegal. But when they did, their DNA results were very interesting. Basically showed they're not coming from Shem. They're not related to actual ancient Israelite people, because they're not. I believe 100% they are the harlot who's riding east, because they're literally riding the papacy, because
It
they have
appears
the
to be
papacy.
so.
What's that?
It appears to be so.
Yeah.
They fit the description. I just posted that Testament of a Nothing Burger in the Telegram chat. So if anybody wants to view it, it's really good. Katrina
Yeah.
and Jeremy shared it months ago this past year, and it was really good. I watched it 3 times. It's 4 hours long, and so it's really, really interesting.
On my list of things to watch. I've been very curious about it as well.
Yeah, it exposes a lot.
Yeah, it goes pretty deep, and he shows basically where they change wordings and the meanings to basically hide who they are and where they came from. It's really informative.
That's why they concocted anti-Semitism, so that we wouldn't be allowed to expose them.
Yep. Nothing new under the sun. Yeah, he goes into how they've been kicked out of every single country for doing the same exact things. They take over and they create a monetary system that they control. They do all the child sacrifices and all the other disgusting child things. And they get ran out of all these countries because of it in the past.
Yep.
It's happened.
And they drink blood.
Yeah, they literally drink blood.
Yeah. It's funny, they call us the Amalekites, but it was the Amalekites that were the blood drinkers.
Yeah, and that's that's what they do.
Have
They
y'all
point the finger.
have y'all seen where they are actually for I think Yom Kippur sacrificing a chicken over their head? Have y'all seen those videos?
Oh yeah, that's disgusting.
What? Who sacrifices a chicken over their head?
Well, they do this
Who's
in New
doing
York a
it?
lot for Passover. They slaughter chickens and then they're waving them over their head, and I mean it's just disgusting.
Well, after they
Well, they're
do
doing
that,
it
they
over
sell
there
it to
too.
you. After they do that, they sell it to you, and now you're eating things sacrificed unto idols.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's
Oh, they're
it's a
so.
filthy practice.
They do it as like a mockery because they know Messiah and he is the Passover lamb. So of course they're going to do it in a vulgar way and not even do the correct animal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's wrong? I have a request. My husband and I are trying to decide how we're going to follow the calendar this year. Oh, never-ending question. We do believe that the layout of the Zadok Enoch is correct, and we believe in we believe that's the right way. However, the start of our year is our question, and I understand. I see y'all's point, and I see the weak point. The week, adding the week, and then I had put in a video. This lady was talking about where the true equinox lie with the Julian calendar, and we have to turn in his paperwork this week. So I need to know, have y'all ever made a video where it just goes through the steps of what you do and why, and not just a full-on 2-4 hour discussion about it? I mean, one that literally says step by step, simplified, not a lot of discussion, just the whys and how. Do you have that? Because we have to make our decision in the next couple of days, and we're kind of torn. The only reason we're hesitant on how you're doing it with the equal lux is because of the interruption of the 7 day. So if if you have a video that we could watch that really just simplifies it, and because these discussions go on forever, I love them, but we just kind of need to get to the point. So is there one in particular that y'all have where it just simply lays it out?
So I
I
don't
know.
have like a separate one like that. I do try to go over at the beginning of every discussion, like our method, how we found it, and go through all the verses. It's basically we're going off the markers that Yahuwah gave us in the heavens. So we could see these markers basically. So for the day 4 example, it's a no-brainer basically. There's so much in scriptures that shows, day 4, this first day of the month, first day of the first month, it's going to be marked on day 4. It's written in the Dead Sea Scrolls exactly
Yeah, we
as
have no
that.
problem with that.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I really feel like where we put the divider day is not it's kind of like null and void. Like it's important in like the concept that we're putting forth, but ultimately, regardless of that, whether you put it on the 16th or the 19th or whatever day you put it on, you're still going to come to the start of the year is March 20th. That's the 4th day of the week, and 3 days later, the 23rd is Shabbat every year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
What what
equinoxes.
most people are trying to do is fit Shabbat and that 4th day into the Gregorian calendar, and the Gregorian calendar is an abomination.
Absolutely.
We should, when Yah created time, the Gregorian calendar did not exist. Saturday did not exist. Wednesday did not exist. So why are we trying to fit Yah's calendar into that Roman time frame? The
Yeah, we
time
agree
frame
with
that
that.
Rome concocted.
Okay, and then I just want to say this too. So if the 20th is the 4th day of the week, you count back. So with the 17th being the 1st, let's forget that number 365 because it's really 0. Day 0 is the 16th. Number 1 is the 17th, 18th, number 2, 19th, number 3. Day 4 of the week is the 20th. That's what it is. There is
No.
day 0. It is the divider day.
Yeah.
Well, something that comes to mind when I'm studying how you guys do it is because, people are like, oh, well, you don't count 0. I'm like, okay, is counting the same as numbering? Counting and numbering are two different things. And so then they like, oh, well, it interrupts the 7-day cycle. I'm like, well, if you're ending at one Sabbath and you're starting the creation week the day after, I'm like, I kind of see all this. And I'm trying to.
How many people here have instruments to tell the equinox?
That's one thing I'm definitely going to get my husband to build.
Let me tell you, it doesn't always happen on March 20th. Okay. Have you ever heard of an equatorial dial?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Well, when you put 3 or 4 instruments together and then you've got 4 or 5 people doing it at the same time and you all come out with the same day of the equinox, it's becomes truth. You got, 2 or 3 witnesses using same instruments, and we've done this since 2011. So I can tell you it doesn't always happen on March 20th.
So we have Aaron Ryan's videos that show the 20th for multiple years.
Last year it was the 19th of March.
Yeah, isn't
Right.
that?
I was reading the pattern is that it's several years on the 20th and then there's on the 19th and that it shifts.
Sometimes it'd be
I think
21st,
related to the
21st.
leap year. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to bring up because of the leap year. Which was last year, it's going to cause it to be on the 19th. So that's
It'll be
that
on the 20th this year.
0.25. Yeah, exactly. So
It will
that's
be.
that 0.25 that adds up to another day every 4 years. So
Right.
we
But it
have
pushes
been,
it back to the 20th, which keeps it in line.
yeah.
Mhm.
But he's
So
saying that it would pop up on the 21st.
Yeah,
The
sometimes
equinox
it'll
would
be
be
on the
It
21st.
has.
How
Yeah,
is
it's been
that?
on the 21st before. Yes, it has.
And that's my question. It's not a matter of starting from the equinox or equilux for the creation week. I've always included that. But when is the equinox? And that is where that other lady brought up some very excellent points.
What other
And
lady?
if you listen, if y'all want, I'll repost it. And it's her part 2. And she says it's the same layout that we have, right? But she doesn't believe that the equinox we're being told is the actual equinox. And she does it. She gives scientific, historical, and biblical proofs to support her.
I would not go by
position.
that. I would go out and do it yourself.
Exactly. And that is our only concern. And it's